Welcome back to another Night of Shtick with Koolfrogg. I have Outpost Nerd with me right now. AmericaShirts said that
What
he's
up,
going to be
people?
a few minutes. I do have another person that was going to potentially join me, said that he would be here if he could. If anything, I'll just invite a couple more people in here if we need to add to the party. How's it going, Outpost Nerd?
Been a crazy fucking day. A crazy day.
So, let's say hello to chat. Hello, JMK. Hello, Dragon Man Sassoon. Glad to see you. Hello, Matthew. Gregory Duke. Nice to have you here. Glad you joined us. Sparkles.
Hey, thanks,
Glad
Sparkles.
that you're here. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
appreciate that, Sparkles.
There's some good people here. Good people here. There's Germs. What's up, Germs? Barbara Vance. Ishcade. Susie. Look at that. Short order cook, private and public. We're going to kick it off. Awesome. 16 people sitting with us. That's what I like to see. We do have a little bit of a delay. I don't know what's going on with AmericaShirts. I don't know if he said that he was going to definitely be late. So he did hit me up, tonight to tell me that he was going to be. Hello, California Princess 619. How are you doing? I like to talk to my chat. Debbie Moincreif. Hello. Anybody that's here, if you haven't already, make sure that you subscribe, share, like, hit that like button as many times as you can. I'm gonna go and throw something back up in Discord. It looks like my last link got buried. Hello, Susie. How you doing? Lots of people here. Tweety. It's awesome. It's just gonna continue to grow. So there wasn't. Oh, okay. So the fourth person that I had there, whatever, he just hit me up and said that he's getting ready. So give him a few minutes to actually get in here. So let's kick it off with this. I found it a little interesting, and it was something you want to scroll it to the top and.
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were.
No, you're fine. This. I had him pull up the article just because it was easier for him to do it than me to dig around and try finding it. So this is a poll. Americans are falling out of love with superhero movies. Disney blames pandemic for Marvel fatigue. How do you feel about that?
Bullshit. Sorry, I'm allergic to bullshit. No. People are. It's not the pandemic. People were getting tired of it as far back as Endgame, the last Avengers movie. It has gotten periodically worse. They have maybe one or two good ones. A blind
What's the
squirrel
last good
finds
movie do you think that was put out that would pertain to this article?
I enjoyed Loki because I liked the character.
Okay.
Um,
I hear a lot of people didn't really care for that movie.
well, a lot of people claimed that Femme Loki was a Mary Sue. No, she wasn't. A Mary Sue, by definition, is a female character who does not need to be taught, who knows everything without being taught. Her and the original Loki, they both had skills that the other didn't know. So they were able to learn from each other. And I'm gonna make some lofty pixel
Go for it.
comments on this. I enjoyed the last Doctor Strange movie.
Okay.
I thought some parts of it were let down, but the interactions with the characters, the growth of Doctor Strange from the beginning of the movie to the end of the movie was very pronounced. I mean, he's bitter at the start of the movie. He's and through the through one of the other movies he was in. He's bitter that he's not the Sorcerer Supreme. And the reason he's not the Sorcerer Supreme is because he was caught in the blip. Okay. And because he was caught in the blip, it went to Wong, his assistant. because he had seniority over Strange. Which, if that was the fact, he would have been Sorcerer Supreme from the beginning. But and there's Wong makes a comment to Strange at the beginning. He's like, it's customary to bow before the Sorcerer Supreme, and he makes an excuse not to. But at the end of the movie, when he's going back to Bleecker Street, he actually bows to Wong, and that growth for a character like Doctor Strange, who's so narcissistic, kind of like Iron Man without the money. It really showed growth. And he learned through his travels through the multiverse that he wasn't the most powerful or important character. But I'm so glad this article has the Eternals of all movies on. The Eternals was garbage.
Okay. Seriously, I don't pay attention to this stuff, so this is all you. I seriously do not pay attention to media's crap.
This motherfucker, I can't stand Kumail Nanjiani. He's a comedian. He's fucking hack actor who plays fucking narcissistic assholes. He's he used steroids and got jacked for this movie. Selma Hayek, love Selma Hayek. She's a great actress. Gender swapped. Angelina Jolie, criminally underused in this movie. And they have
was she even any good in it?
10 minutes into the movie, she goes fucking crazy and has to be taken away. And you don't see her till the last maybe half hour. And it was just, you're not given any sense of urgency in the movie. All of a sudden, the last 15, 20 minutes, everything goes batshit crazy. And they had Kit Harington from Yes, and yes, Martin. It was, and it turned out that was fake.
What did you see?
They had her mentally deteriorating, and it turned out it was all based on a lie because they think they're warriors from another planet sent to protect Earth and hunt these monsters down, and it turns out that's not the truth of what they are. They're created beings made by these space giants, and the world is an egg for another one. It's so stupid. The only good character, I can't remember his name, is because I only watched it once. I can't remember his name. Chat might be able to help me with this. But he can fly and shoot laser beams. That's his power.
Sure.
Hers is she can create stuff out of matter. This guy, they're all kind of based on Icarus. Thank you. Yeah, they're all kind of the basis for mythology. It's just, and Kit Harington from Game of Thrones they had a part in it, and he played this character who's supposed to be there's another hero called the Black Knight, real original Marvel. Thank you. And they set up for him. They're really scraping the bottom of the barrel. But I only got, getting to other things besides Eternal, I got through literally 2 minutes of Miss Marvel.
Okay, so that didn't come over. Hello, Parrot. So Parrot says, can't stand Angelina Jolie. She's a horrible actress and seems like a miserable and fake person.
I know she's giving.
I'm with you on that one personally.
Brad Pitt hell right now with their kids. It's all. Out of all of them, she and Selma Hayek were the best actors, and that's saying something.
I'm going to do a thing for Discord link. Everybody that's in Discord that has a link in Discord, I'm just going to throw this right straight into general. Anybody that really wants to join can join us. I do only have room for so many people, so not everybody at once. You can pop in and out if you feel like.
Spider-Man No Way Home.
Preferably keep it if we don't talk politics. We just kind of talk about everything else.
Barton, I disagree. Marvel had 2 good movies with I liked Ant-Man and the Wasp and Spider-Man No Way Home. That was the Spider-Man movie. They had Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire come back.
Sure.
That was like, I remember like in like 2000 going to the theaters and seeing the first Spider-Man movie and loving it. Yes.
ID Crisis says if they're Eternals with all the powers and have been watching us for centuries, they would then why did they only show up after the blip?
Because Selma Hayek told them they couldn't do anything. They were not to interfere, and they fucking listened. Yeah, but I remember when Marvel movies were something special, maybe once or twice a year.
Yeah, I mean, back when they actually made good movies and they didn't put all this bullshit and everything. Yeah, I was totally with watching movies and paying attention to the Marvel. But the second they introduced all the crap, then it was like, I don't even want anything to do with it.
It got two-way coming. Put up Ishkata's question, if you don't mind.
ID Crisis says, I thought No Way Home was a Sony property.
It was both. Both Marvel and Sony worked together on it. It was a joint property. Just this once, because they had to have Disney had to have permission from Sony to use Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man characters, and all the actors, all the bad guys like Doc Ock, the Green Goblin, Sandman, and all them. They had to have permission to use those characters. So it was a joint thing. It was a joint venture between them. But
clearly not everybody's hit that like button. It looks like there's 26 people watching. There's only 14 likes. You guys hit that like button.
Ishkade Forever asked a question. Do I have any idea who the boyfriend is supposed to be? Yeah, he's going to be the Black Knight. Kit Harington is going to be playing the Black Knight. That's another Marvel character who not many people know.
Power Monkey. What's up, brother?
But it's just they're getting to the bottom. I got to 5 minutes, or not even 5 minutes of Miss Marvel, because it was just she was doing YouTube video of how much she loved Captain Marvel, who is not Captain Marvel. I will never call her Captain Marvel after this, because Captain Marvel is Shazam. DC has had Captain Marvel since probably the 1940s or 1950s.
Welcome winning reality. He says, yeah, he is supposed to cross over with Blade. Is that something that's true, or?
I haven't heard that, but I know they're rebooting Blade, which I enjoyed the original Blade movies. I thought they were just fun, gory, slashing them up.
Sounds good, Addy Crisis. You have
be safe on your drive. But I remember the date of when I actually saw the first Iron Man movie. It was May 4th, 2008. And I remember this because 2 of my dearest friends got married that day. I went over to their wedding and the reception. And then me and my friends, we all kind of slipped out and went and saw the first Iron Man movie. So I always remember, because that's their anniversary when I saw it. But I don't think Flash had a really good point a little while ago, and this is one. I just remember it was one of the. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, three toy box was a letdown, and I think everyone would agree with that. 2 they had this like group of vampire hunters or Blade hunters. They were a group of vampires who were trained to hunt Blade, and it was Ron Perlman, the original Hellboy, who gets a bomb stuck to his head by Blade. Barton, I agree. people are always like, "Oh, Black Panther was the first black superhero." I'm like, bitch, please. You need to go back to Blade and watch that shit. He's the first black superhero.
Midnight Brotherhood or something like that.
I'll look that up. I'll look that up. I've never heard of that.
When in reality, if you want to join us, you can hit that StreamYard link. I threw it in general on Discord.
But now we're getting at least 4 or 5 movies a year, 3 or 4 series on Disney Plus, which I hate Disney Plus. Only reason I would watch Disney Plus, it has like movies.
I despise Disney. Period. When it comes to just about anything, because of their ties with the Chinese Communist government. But
get this. Oh God, what I hope wouldn't happen happened, and it was announced on Twitter today. Seth MacFarlane, who does, the creator of Family Guy, we all know who he is.
Yeah. He
did an amazing show called The Orville. It started as a Star Trek parody, but when
Toy Box Brain, what's up, brother?
It moved last season from Disney to Hulu and got amazing. It really stood on its own. It's going to Disney. I was so mad. I'm like, Disney's going to get its claws in it, do what it did to Star Wars and done to Marvel. J&K was Spawn before Blade. Look that up for me. I can't remember because Spawn might be. A lot of people don't realize Spawn was a black man. Have you ever seen Spawn, Koolfrogg?
Have I ever seen Spawn?
Yeah.
I don't think I actually had.
This guy
never really paid attention to.
This guy, he's a
movies.
An assassin for the government and gets betrayed, and he ends up selling his soul to the devil so he can come back. And he gets burned alive, so his body's just one big burn. But people forget he's a black man. And he's got like
Base Power Monkey says Spawn was the best black superhero. LOL.
Yeah, it's
a lot of people like burn the frog.
One movie.
Shirts will be here as soon as he is ready to get here. He said he had a few things to take.
John Leguizamo, Susie can go rot for all I care. John Leguizamo is a Colombian did you ever see John Wick?
I seen the first one.
You know the guy who's the mechanic who punches the kid in the face.
Okay.
He's the son of the big crime boss, and the guy comes in with John's car and he punches him in the face for it.
Yeah.
That's John Leguizamo.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, yesterday it was announced that, and I cannot believe who fucking picked this idea. James Franco is going to be playing Fidel Castro in a movie. And John Leguizamo is pissed at it. And all I did, Variety is going on about this. I just put, John Leguizamo is a Colombian who played an Italian who gave us an angsty teen Luigi in the Super Mario Brothers movie. People hate that movie with a passion. Barton, I don't know about that. I don't know if I still think he may look like him, but that's a strange choice for Franco to play. Yeah, both of them Barbara are douches, in my opinion. But I'm getting off topic. But I was scanning this
because eventually we're going to totally spin this totally somewhere else. I'm sure some way, somewhere. Eventually, Shirts will join us. There is somebody else that's scheduled to join us. He said that he just got home and he had to actually get ready. So as soon as he's ready to get in here, he'll come in here. I did throw that link out to general Discord. Anybody that's interested in coming in here and joining us and creating different conversation, we can totally spin this anyway, other than trying to stay away from politics because it's the weekend. Fridays and Saturdays, we usually have the tendency to not do the politics, though last night kind of ended up going that way. Just saying.
Yeah, and this
Are we
here
talking Alice Cooper? Uh, okay, so real quick, because the question was asked before we move on, that's what I had put on the um the thumbnail was Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper saying when musicians are telling people who to vote for, I think that's an abuse of power. You're telling your fans not to think for themselves, just think like you. Rock and roll is about freedom. And that's not freedom. Not necessarily be talking about Alice Cooper, but it's a very good point, and it's a start off point if we didn't have something else to start off of, and
it's
that's why it's there.
Spawn was the first black. I
Tweety
just looked
says,
it up.
"Who's Alice Cooper?" Oh my lord!
Tweety, no, no. I'm gonna feed you to Sylvester for that. No, Alice Cooper's not. It's just one of the living legends of rock and roll.
Sparkle says Alice Cooper went to high school.
No, okay, get this. I think I know I've shared it with Koolfrogg. I don't know if you people heard this. But chat, get this. In the first Spider-Man movie, we all know the blonde-haired guy who ends up robbing the wrestling rink, a wrestling place, and Peter lets him leave, and he's the one that ends up killing Uncle Ben. His name, the actor's name, is, get this. This is his real name. His name is Michael Papajohn. That is his real name. He went to my college. We went to the same college. Didn't go together. But then a few years ago, we were having our local convention, and I was a student at the college at the time, and our professor got him to come in a day early to talk to the entertainment students, kind of just give a lecture on like his stuff, his career. He does a lot of stuff. He's a background character in a lot of stuff, but you see him. He works a lot. He was Adam Sandler's stunt double in The Waterboy. And I walk in, I walk in a little early, and he's standing there talking to my professor. I'm like, and I just look at him. I'm like, and I say out loud, I didn't mean to say it out loud.
Somebody just tried popping in here. You have to actually activate your microphone and your camera, and then shut them off. They have to be activated, otherwise you're not. It doesn't allow you to come in.
Yeah. Well, I look at him, and I didn't mean to say this out loud. And I said, "Holy crap, you're the guy who killed Uncle Ben."
There you go. Look at that.
And he was a nice guy. He talked to us for like 3 or 4 hours.
We have Winning Reality with us. How's it going?
Good. How's it going? Nice to meet you. Thanks for inviting
nice
me.
to meet you. I seriously just ran into your stuff tonight, and I'm like, who is this guy? I'm gonna go check him out real quick. And you noticed I threw you a couple of hard balls at this. First couple questions I threw at you or whatever, just because I'm like, well, let's see where his politics actually are before we say come on over. Because
no problem.
Either way, as long as you have some form of reality in your head that you can give an answer, that's where I would say come join us real quick. We need to hold a conversation, because you'd be surprised how many people actually sort of join us on a regular basis. There's a lot of people in our Discord, and there's quite a few of them that actually have channels of their own, including Outpost Nerd.
I have a couple of videos. I have a couple of videos with nearly 30 subscribers, which kind of surprises the hell out of me. I only have like 2-3.
I'm really surprised that at winning stuff or whatever. It looked like he had almost 4,000 subscribers.
Yeah. It's been like it's been a wild ride. I think I started I've had this channel for a little while. I was going to do something with it, and then I got this idea, and I got inspired by the Depp Heard trial to kind of jump in.
That was insane, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. And can you guys hear me okay, by the way? I got my headphones on.
No, yeah, you sound good.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. So and then I just kind of went back to like my roots of making videos and started putting some stuff out the way I knew how, and with the information I had about it. And that did all right. And then I started kind of branching out a little bit, and things have gone really well. I had one video really blow up, so that's kind of like where a lot of it came from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. I tend to do like my thoughts on like movies and TV shows. I did one like the first half of the season of Seth MacFarlane's The Orville. And then my other video, I have trouble figuring out content, but my other video was about Kenobi.
Okay, yeah, I saw that.
I enjoyed that show. There were some parts. I mean, I liked one thing I really liked about it was you got to see Leia's upbringing. I mean, the original series we saw and learned all about Luke,
Right.
but we didn't learn much about young Princess Leia. And I thought it was so cool. They got the actor and actress who played her parents. That was the original Bail Organa, her father, from the original the prequel trilogy, and they got all the actors to come back. But the only thing I didn't like I figured out by episode 2 who third sister was. Because with that opening, they had that opening of the night of Order 66.
Uh-huh.
And you're seeing it through someone's eyes, point of view.
Yeah.
And I'm like, at the end of the episode 2, I'm like, that was third sister. And by episode 4, I was proven right. I'm like,
yeah, I kind of thought like when I saw that part that was the same one, you know. That was
and
her
people were
growing
going
up.
on about like, oh, her and Vader's duel was the most epic ever. I'm like, bitch, did you even see episode 2? That was nothing compared to the Dooku Yoda fight.
Right. Yeah, those were epic.
And then they topped even that fight at the end in the final episode with Kenobi versus Vader.
Yeah.
That was it was such a good fight. The only thing I didn't like about it is they kind of redid the Star Wars Rebel Ahsoka versus Vader fight when they cut the mask open and you see Anakin's face.
Yeah, that was a little bit of but this time it was a little bit more. It went a little bit further. So
yeah, and I love it. And I love it in duels like that when they use the terrain, what's around them, and they were just beating each other with the boulders or burying each other. But I thought to myself, I'm like, okay, having Vader's control pack right on his chest, that's such a bad tactic. But then I realized who designed Vader basically was Palpatine. And
right.
Palpatine, like Vader cannot use Force Lightning because of his prosthetics. You never see him use Force Lightning for that reason, because if he uses it, Force Lightning, he'll circuit out. He'll short circuit and die.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think that was in the Vader comics, actually. Kind of like I've seen that story before, where it was like Palpatine designed the suit so that if Vader ever got out of line, which he was supposed to do because of the rule of 2,
that's why he died in Return of the Jedi. Because when he picks up Palpatine to throw him over, you see him getting shocked.
Yep.
And I always wondered, I'm like, okay, he didn't have that much damage to him. And then when I started reading that, I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense. But once again, the same thing with Eternals. Kumail Nanjiani, or whatever, however you says his name, was in Obi-Wan. He was that fake Jedi guy, and I cannot stand him. He's, to me, the most unfunny, untalented person I've ever met or ever seen on YouTube or in any movie. He's so bad. But
I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I kind of try to go into it and hope that it's not going to go overboard. And, I think the time's coming it may try, but
other than Mandalorian, a little bit of Book of Boba Fett, and a little bit of Kenobi, I think Disney has just ruined Star Wars.
Oh well, I think the word is that when Andor comes out really soon, it's gonna be the tipping point. That's just the early reviews I've heard about it. That it looks really good. It looks like kind of like really shot really well, but that it's just gonna be pretty dang horrible. But I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I'll give it a shot.
I hated the sequel series because the sequel series were just basically remakes of the original series, of the original movies. I hated Rey. I thought she was a bad character.
What's up, prepping?
What's up, Prep?
Hello.
They tried to fix her in the Last Jedi.
Divinity in the house. What's up, Divinity?
Hey, Divinity. Because okay, just answer me this: how, in God's name, at the end of the first movie, would she stand any chance in hell against Kylo Ren, who has been trained since childhood in lightsaber combat and using the Force, and all of a sudden she beats him?
Okay, well, here's the explainer, right? The explainer is this: that in the third movie, the Divinity or whatever they call it,
The last one, yeah, this is called.
yeah, they had the what they call it, the Force. It's like when they both were bonded by the Force.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing for the KOTOR.
They had a name for it. It was called. And remember, Palpatine was like, "Oh, he figured out that they both were connected by the Force." They called it AM.
Because we see.
I'll figure it in a second. But anyways, that's the explainer for that.
The Force bond.
Force bond, yeah. So that's the explainer, is that she was able to basically pull on his training, and the Force pulled his training into her, and that's why she was able to keep up.
That's
What's up,
bullshit.
shirts?
They just literally met at that point.
Real quick
Yo!
before you guys continue your conversation. Hello, Killshot.
How's it going, everybody?
There's a couple more. Debbie, Gino, Gene XO. I'll never take that wrench away ever again. Like I said, ever. You can keep it. You can keep it. You just make sure you speak with the rest of the wrenches when you actually do something that's necessary. Just saying.
Germs had it right. He says, "Oh, a perfect character with no flaws and never faced adversity. How interesting." But then they try to explain, "Oh, she's Palpatine's granddaughter." Okay, what does that matter? Anakin was born of the Force and still needed to be trained. Just because you have a family history of being strong in the Force does not mean anything. Because literally, Anakin had no father. Palpatine, or not, Plagueis, who was Palpatine's master, was so in tune with the Force, he could manipulate the Force and create life. And that's exactly what he did with Anakin. So Anakin was literally born of there were no Skywalkers before Shmi, his mother. Anakin was the first male Skywalker. And that's why he was so powerful, but he still needed to be trained. You didn't see that with Rey. All of a sudden, when they had that tug of war to get the lightsaber, it was just so stupid. And then they just oh my God, ruined Luke. I saw a meme yesterday. I think it was yesterday, the day before. It had a picture of young Luke. He said, so full of hope, he sought to redeem the most evil man in who killed all the Jedi, talking about his dad. And then it had old Luke, so scared that of the dark side, when he saw his nephew sliding, he decided to kill him. Those are two different characters. It was just Tweety, maybe he was a little whiny for my taste. Episode 1 Anakin was good. Episode 2 and 3 Anakin was a little whiny. Sorry, I'm bogarting the talk.
I let you do it. So Divinity has a question. Why did that kid at the end of one of those Rey movies that used the Force grab that broom?
Okay, because supposedly they had so many different directors and writers come. I think the first sequel and the third one had J.J. Abrams direct. And I don't think he directed all of the last one. What they were supposed to, that was a storyline that they were supposed to go into about them rebuilding the the resistance and the Jedi Order, because in the second movie the resistance is nearly destroyed. And because you see on the ring, like he has a ring with the rebellion symbol on it, so he's supposed to be part of the resistance. But that was a storyline that they never got to. God, I hope not.
Greggy Duden says, consider that point about using the Force to conceive life, and Kylo reviving Rey, hand placement, setup for a bun in the oven. Future setup?
No, I hope not. Oh, I saw a meme. It was so funny. It's there. You know how there's the final scene where she goes to Tatooine and she buries Luke and Leia's lightsabers, and the woman asks, "Oh, did you know them?" She's like, "What's your name?" She's like, "I'm Rey Skywalker." And there's a meme that she's like, "Oh, I'm Rey Skywalker," and it shows the little old lady with a red lightsaber. Says, "Okay, bitch, which hand do you want to lose?" But it's the thing I hated the most about the prequel. You had an amazing character with Finn. You had a stormtrooper who defected. That was such an amazing setup. And then in the first movie, he's this whiny little shit. Yes. Well, he used to be good. There's a story of actually people blame Jar Jar Binks for the rise of the Empire. Because it was him that brought the Senate to vote on emergency power for Palpatine, which he never gave up, which in turn allowed him to create the Empire. But there's a comic that shows you what happened to Jar Jar. Jar Jar was not reelected. He became a clown on Naboo, and people just ignored him or just hated him.
Apparently, YouTube's algorithm doesn't like the word cancer. Nicholas Taylor said Kathleen Kennedy is a cancer.
Yeah. Oh, fade in. I forgot to do that earlier. Have y'all ever seen that video?
Fade in.
That Star Wars girl, I think that's part of her opening. It's like, if it was not for Jon Favreau and what's his name, who did the animated, he's always wears the cowboy hat. Can't remember his name. If it wasn't for those two, Star Wars would have been dead long ago. Jon Favreau is an amazing director. I love his movies.
That's definitely what's keeping it alive right now. The Mandalorian series. I think maybe the Ahsoka series could be really good too. Like I think Ahsoka was really good, like in live action. I was really worried about that, and I think it came across really good.
I'm not a big fan of Rosario Dawson's politics. Her husband, you know who her boyfriend is?
Who's her boyfriend?
Cory Booker.
That's hilarious.
Iron Spartacus guy. I don't know if they're married. I think last time I saw they were just boyfriend and girlfriend.
Huh. But, I thought he was gay or something. I thought he was gay. Like,
Rosario Dawson ain't bad on the eye, so
no.
But yeah, I was really worried too, because that's an example of good transition from animated to live action. With the makeup, and then we saw in Kenobi a complete 360 from that with the Grand Inquisitor with his look.
Oh yeah.
No, yeah. Tweety, that's Kevin Smith. Tweety. Jon Favreau did the early Marvel movies. He was happy in the Spider-Man movies. He was Happy Hogan in the Iron Man movies. He was Gene.
What's up, Nicholas?
Oh, we lost.
We lost the shirt.
But I'm hoping there's a lot of
out of his wheelhouse, I think. He's so into politics. It's pretty much just
I hope we see a lot of the Rebel characters in live action in the Ahsoka series.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I
'Cause
love Rebels. Rebels was really
That
good.
was one of the last great Star Wars TV shows. I thought that was an amazing.
Yeah,
No,
it really was.
Freddie Prinze Jr. can go suck a bag of Richards for all I care, but he did Kanan really good, and that was a
For
time that
sure.
I really enjoyed seeing more of that time between while the Empire was in power up until Endor. And the coolest thing, one of the things I liked during Rogue One, when all the ships are coming to Scarif, the Rebel fleet. If you
Yeah,
look in the bottom left area, you actually see the Ghost.
yep, the Ghost is in. And then there's also like a back scene where like Chopper like wheels by.
That was actually R2KT. I know the one you're talking about.
Okay.
R2. Have you ever heard of R2KT?
No.
R2KT Katie was the daughter of the founder of the 501st. Have you ever heard of the 501st?
Are you talking about the Clone Army?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Well, the 501st Clone Army it's a group of cosplayers who get together. They built their own stormtrooper and imperial officer costumes, and they go around doing charity work. They actually, during episode 3, the 501st in canon is Vader's clone unit.
Right.
They're called the Vader's Fist. Yes, Nicholas. I want to build my own set of armor so bad. And they did this at the end of season 1 of The Mandalorian too. They brought in this group of volunteers who already had their own costumes to play stormtroopers.
Okay, yeah. All right, I think I heard this.
Well, the guy who started the 501st built his own R2 unit, which he called R2KT after his daughter Katie, who had earlier passed away from cancer. It's a pink little R2 unit. You know, they in Clone Wars when it has that unit of droids.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The purple R2 unit is R2KT.
Okay.
And in this scene, I think this is the scene we're talking about. I haven't watched Rebels in a long time. They're doing something. They're about to get on the ship, and you see a little R2 unit come by, and I think it's pink, but you hear over the intercom, General Syndulla to the command center. They're calling Hera to the command center.
Yep. They're like, and I think that's like they're around that. They're like around that. There's like round tables where they do strategy sessions or whatever. Yeah.
You don't see Hera, I don't think.
No, you're never going to see her.
But I love it, and I'm hoping we see Sabine.
Definitely see Sabine. She'll definitely be in it, 100%.
And I'm hoping
Yeah.
the plot of Ahsoka is them looking for Ezra.
Yeah, I got the impression that's what they were doing. Like from the trailer and from the end of the Mandalorian episode with Ahsoka in it.
Oh, my favorite my favorite episode of Boba Fett. No, Nicholas, I don't play that. My computer is like my computer's on par with the expert's computer. It's like an 8-year-old Lenovo laptop that can't play much. But my favorite episode is when Mando builds the N1, the Naboo starfighter, the N1 starfighter.
Yeah,
and I loved it at the end. And I'm thinking, I'm looking at it. It's such a strange choice in ships, but the way they did it, they turned it into like this rat rod style starfighter. You know, you have the engine above the hood like you do in those old custom hot rods.
Yeah, like muscle cars.
Overpowered and shaking like now. I like the actor who played Boba Fett. He played Jango Fett in the original trilogy, and he played Aquaman's dad in the Aquaman movie. He's a great actor. I just think they did Boba Fett wrong. And that's another thing, another example of in Boba Fett, we got to see live action Cad Bane.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, and I loved it that they also played up the fact that Boba Fett was trained by him. You see that a little bit in the Clone Wars series, but that's how Boba Fett learned all his. He didn't learn from his dad. He learned from
Right.
Cad Bane. Easy there, Tweety. Easy. That was like one of the only good DC movies was Aquaman. But I'm just, and I love the part at the end in where Grogu is in the little pod and you just hear and Mando's like, no. He keeps knocking on the glass with his little ball. He's like, fine. And he just lets that afterburners go. And Grogu's just like arms flared black from the speed and he's just having the time of his life. That was such a funny ending. Maybe Nicholas. Koolfrogg, you're just so lost, aren't you?
I don't pay attention to this kind of stuff. I'm more of a politics thing myself, whatever. But it's Saturday, so I was trying to give the audience something a little different, and that's why I asked you to come in here.
I
invited
politics.
The other people that I invited because I'm like, hey, you know, they can possibly have something to actually ask you that I couldn't. So I'm glad that Winning Reality is actually here because it just seems that he actually has something to ask, as well as chat seems to have quite a bit. So.
JMK, I am not old enough for a Commodore 64. That was like 10 years before my time. That's old school. But you're getting so much wokeness in Star Wars nowadays, too. It's just.
As you can tell, normally we don't cover this kind of topic. Normally we actually talk about politics and news, and we cover news articles on a regular basis. Our Fridays and Saturdays, we try breaking them down into panels and actually have fun with it. That's why, I'm so lost.
Okay,
this is not my wheelhouse either.
Susie says something interesting. She
hold the crowd. Hold the crowd.
Boba Fett wasn't violent enough. Yeah, she said Boba Fett wasn't violent enough. Well, Susie, you got to realize it's what? Probably 10 years after we last saw Boba Fett. He spent he had pretty much a spiritual awakening when he was out there in the desert with the Sand People. And that's one thing I loved. You got to see Sand People as more of a actual civilization than just merciless killers that you saw in the first couple movies. Let's see what else is chat here.
It's kind of unnecessary spin for the Power Rangers.
Yes,
that had me howling.
Okay, they have this biker gang on Tatooine. Their bikes, they have hover bikes. They're like bright blues, red, greens. They don't fit in with the just grittiness. But instead of they remind me of like these old biker gangs you see in movies because they had like the leather jackets, but instead of tattoos, they had cybernetic implants. And there's a big shootout going on, and this guy, he's got a long coat. He spins around, literally. He's shooting one direction, does a complete 360, just complete spin, uncalled for. And his jacket floats out, and he starts shooting, and it's like, why? Why did you could have just turned around just a few inches? But it was so bad. And Boba Fett actually hires this group. Yes, Nicholas, they would have better on like Coruscant or Naboo or something like that. But not gritty dead. Sand everywhere, and you decide to get cybernetic implants that don't do good with sand. But it was like I said, they had good moments and bad moments.
W. Daisy Girl Williams, welcome to the show.
But Ming Nong, what was her name? How do you say her name? Ming Nong. Can't say her name.
The
Ming
cavalry.
Nong.
It's the cavalry.
Yeah, she was good at it. I liked her.
Yeah, she's good.
But I thought a lot of people said it was like a season 3 of The Mandalorian, which I thought some parts were. But I did like seeing what you got to see what happened to his group of Mandalorians after the I think season 2, somewhere in season 2 of The Mandalorian, when they get killed and get run off the planet, and they go to basically Halo. But you got to realize too, people are like, oh, they're just ripping off Halo because they had this big space station, which was a ring in space. Well, you got to realize too, Halo was a ripoff. There's a book called Ringworld that the idea of a ring planet almost that came from. It's an old sci-fi. Yeah, from 1970s. It's so I've seen those too, Susie. I love those old school. Call the Conqueror was Kevin Sorbo has been so destroyed since he came out as conservative Christian. I mean, that's Hercules, man. He had Hercules: The Legendary Journeys in the 90s, and then did Andromeda. I mean, Hercules was an amazing show back in the day.
So, Germs has the question there. It says, what other sort of series do you all like? He's tagged me because that way he got his question answered or asked properly.
I like historical stuff too, not just sci-fi, not just future. Like one of my favorite movies is The Patriot. I love that movie. Mel Gibson in the Revolutionary War. That's one of my favorite. I can watch that movie over and over again. But
still has nothing that I can actually talk to you about.
Yeah, I'm searching. I watch stuff with my son basically, like whatever things that are like.
Oh, Susie, those are two of the. I'm sorry. Those are two of the best movies ever.
Oh yeah, I've seen both of those.
I mean, I remember Spaceballs from being a kid, so yeah.
Blazing Saddles is a movie
I watched that one
you
a bunch.
not get today. I loved it. There's a story. There was an interview with one of the actors from Blazing Saddles.
The politics and news, not the 3 ways toy box we're in. Just saying.
There's a scene. The scene I absolutely love. I laugh every time is when all the cowboys are sitting around eating beans and toast. That's all they're eating, and all of a sudden they start. There's a story that one of the Mel Brooks went up to one of them and says, "Boy, I'm about to make you famous because that is the first ever scene in a movie in movie history that someone actually farted. That was the first time anyone ever farted on screen. Was in Blazing Saddles. Spaceballs. I was just watching reactions to Spaceballs. People on YouTube doing react videos just yesterday. Oh yeah, Barbara is completely right. Mel Brooks would be. So what do you like to do?
He's like Swartz.
I love the line where Bart is asking Jim, it's like, so what do you like to do? He's like, oh, I like to play chess and screw. And Bart's like, how about we play chess? But yeah, you couldn't make it today. I can't count how many times it says that one word. I don't remember how many times. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Martin. That was the 11-minute fart scene was the first time someone ever. It was a fart in any movie. It was that. That was the scene. First time anyone ever farted in a Hollywood movie. Richard Pryor was actually supposed to play Bart. I don't know if y'all know who Richard Pryor was.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Mhm.
He was actually supposed to play it, but he was so that was during his partying days. So he did. They got the I can't. Siobhan Little was his name.
Yeah, he caught himself on fire.
Yeah, he's got a skit too afterwards. He's like, oh, you all people always talking to me, and he takes a match and he lights it, and he's like, and he makes it look like it's running. He's like, what do you call this? Oh, Richard Pryor going to the grocery store or something like that. He's making fun of when he caught himself on fire.
He was freebasing, yeah. That he could call himself on fire.
But I loved it
Sweetie,
too.
are you even 18? Should you even be here? Just asking a question. Just being sure. It's like, what era are these movies? Blazing Balls and Space Saddles.
Tweety. This is someone who you're not that young. Didn't you say you only went to school, the same high school as Alice Cooper, only 8 years apart? God, people are so fucking sheltered nowadays.
It is amazing how sheltered people really are. Truck Turner came out the same year as Blazing Saddles, 1974. See, that was even before I was born.
I was about to mention that, Debbie. In Blazing Saddles, every single townsperson of Rockridge has the same last name. That was a play on how, like, in these old west towns where you hundreds and hundreds of miles by horse between each town, everyone was kind of incestuous at times. People were marrying distant cousins. That was like, and they were so stupid. Oh my god, I love the part where he finally comes into town. He comes into town, and everyone's pulling out their guns on him. And he takes his own gun, and he's like, he points it at himself, and says, "Nobody move, or I'll blow his brains out." And he's acting. He's like, "Oh, won't someone help that poor man?" Shut up. He's acting like it's another. He's holding himself hostage, basically, just to get away from the town people. It's so funny. And Spaceballs is just, it blatantly makes fun of Star Wars. I mean, it has the same kind of opening crawl and everything. Instead of the Force, it's the Schwartz. Instead of Yoda, it's Yogurt, played by Mel Brooks on his knees. And it was so fun.
John Candy.
Yes, John Candy is Barf.
Barf, yeah.
But listen, have y'all seen the latest Thor movie, Love and Thunder? Reality, have you?
I have not seen it yet.
Watch at the ending. I'm not going to spoil what happens, but the spaceship that Thor uses at the end, it's the Winnebago from Spaceballs, a different color.
Okay.
It looks like a Winnebago. Thor: Love and Thunder was so shit. I hated that movie.
So everybody that's here, do me a favor, hit those links down below. Hit Outpost Nerd's channel if you like the stuff that you're hearing. This is the kind of stuff that he covers on a regular basis. He asked me to come on the show, and I'm giving him a larger platform than what he normally has.
Yeah, I'm still growing.
To actually try showing what he can actually do. Go help him out, subscribe to his channel, and get him just as big as the rest of us, so that way he doesn't feel so left out.
Oh,
it looked like he was down to 27.
Yeah, I've lost a couple of subscribers, but that's expected.
No, it is expected to lose a couple here and there. I still, lost a couple last week or whatever, gained them back. Or gained back some other ones, whatever. I'm totally hit up those links down below. I did put links down below for Let's Talk Prepping and for Winning Reality as well. If you're
Thanks, I
interested
appreciate
in
it.
checking those guys out, totally check them out.
Susie and Debbie are killing it in chat for me. I love you two. Because Rick Moranis, had y'all ever seen Ghostbusters? Koolfrogg,
Yeah,
you got at
absolutely.
least seen Ghostbusters.
Definitely, I've seen Ghostbusters.
Rick
I've actually
Moranis,
seen that in the movie theaters.
Rick Moranis, who plays Lewis.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I know Rick
Space-
Moranis.
I miss
Honey, I
his
Shrunk
acting
the
so
Kids
much.
type stuff, and
I miss him so
many
much,
different things.
but
yeah,
it says a lot when you're such a big Hollywood actor like that. You're gaining fame, but then his wife passed away from cancer in the early 90s, and he's like, okay, I need to stop this. I stop acting. I'm going to go raise my children. And that's why he doesn't like, the only thing I've seen him on in like the last 10, 15 years is Ryan Reynolds. He owns a mobile company, and he had him on for like a 10-second little commercial. But he played in Spaceballs. He plays the Darth Vader figure called Dark Helmet. It's this, and of course, small little Rick Moranis with this huge helmet. I mean, it's like twice the size of his head. He's got a boat, a tie, and shorts, and he's made up to look like a Darth Vader parody. It's so funny. And
Okay, so have you seen where his earlier work? Like, have you ever seen him do the McKenzie Brothers?
I saw a lot of his Canadian television stuff. I saw a few of that.
Yeah, that was a big, like, that became a big deal for a while. Like, that was like the people kind of like Canada getting some recognition here in America for the first time, like, in a big way.
Yeah, that's the same thing that brought us John Candy and a couple of other.
It was called SCTV.
Yeah, CCTV.
It was like Saturday Night Live for Canada.
And then it brought us Kids in the Hall, which was pretty much, I think, out of Chicago, wasn't it? Or I might be wrong. Kids in the Hall.
It was in Canada, but they weren't part of SCTV.
No, I'm saying that paved the SCTV kind of paved the way for Kids in the Hall. But,
well, I mean, it was a good introduction to Canadian culture. Like I recently did a video for Viva Fry. I don't know if you know his story, but I
followed him a lot during the I listened to him. I would listen to him on Ricada, and I followed him a lot during the trucker convoy stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. But he moved to Florida to get out of Canada. Like, he decided to leave.
Did he move here?
Yeah, he's here for the next 3 years, and depending on how things go there, which
I want to meet
doesn't
him.
look too good, he's gonna.
I'm in Northwest Florida. I'm up.
Staying longer.
If you look, my cousin said this. And I could not believe, I've lived here all my life and never. I'm not doxing myself or anything. If you look at Florida, it looks like a gun, right?
I live in Georgia.
Florida looks like a gun. I live at the trigger. And my cousin said that. I'm like, I've never noticed that. Where I live
I've actually lived in that. I've lived in that place too.
Really?
I used to be in a band that traveled nationally, and the headquarters was in that place. I think it starts with a P. And
holy shit, dude!
Yeah, you might even know the dude.
I've lived here all my life.
Have you? Like,
yeah.
One of the dudes I was on the road with is from there, and like, he's pretty well known. He's a drummer. He plays with Zesky Trucks now.
I'll have to look that up, because I past like 5 or 6 years, I was a theater major, so I got involved with like the entertainment.
So that's
movie a lot.
I was about to start tell stories from there, but I won't do that.
I haven't seen
cool
Prey
down.
yet. I haven't seen Prey yet, Barton. I've heard it. I've heard different things. That's like a prequel to Predator. It's supposedly like when the Predators first come to Earth, like 300 years ago, and start their hunting. I wanted to say one more thing about Blazing Saddles. Where's my mouse? There it is. Where was it? I think it was Debbie bought up Lily Von Stoop from Blazing Saddles. And there's a joke that Mel Brooks said he was gonna put in that he's glad he didn't, because there's a scene where she ends up with Bart, and she says, "Oh, is it true what they say about your people?" And
Oh yeah.
go out, and she's like, "Oh, it's true. It's true." And there's a joke that he cut. Bart is supposed to respond, "Ma'am, that's my arm. Get it?" He's like, and he said that's the same. That reaction I just got is the same thing, same that Mel Brooks got. He's like, "Yeah, that's why I left that out." But another Mel Brooks movie, and I think this was his last great comedic spoof movie, was Robin Hood Men in Tights. And with they had Carrie Elwes from The Princess Bride, Wesley from The Princess Bride playing Robin, and it's just this. Mel Brooks described this Robin as an upper class twit, and it was Dave Chappelle's movie debut, and it had the guy from I choose. Oh, bless you, Susie, bless you. Get it? But it was such a funny movie. It had oh god, what? It had Patrick Stewart comes in as King Richard at the end. God, it was just so funny. But again, I'm bogarting the conversation, and I hate that.
Oh, I just realized I didn't finish my story. So
Oh, sorry.
Viva came here, moved here to Florida, right? Because he was just like, he was sick of like what was coming, like what was happening and what was coming, and he was like, okay, I gotta get out of here for my kids' sake. But anyways, I made a parody video, like of his trip down here called Viva Fry's Permanent Vacation, and in that I made sure all the music was Canadian, like everything was like, would kind of match the trip, and it was kind of like done in an 80s movie style, like with clips from Vacation, and other things like like what happens.
You played
next.
that at the end of yours, didn't you? The National Lampoon spoof.
That was that was a trailer, and then I played a clip from it, but it's like I think it's like 11 minutes long total, and it's kind of like the whole thing. But I used clips from him talking about that, his decision to come here, and all the parts of that are like lined along the stream he did when he first got to Florida. So that's what it's all about. But I learned a lot about how many great songs come from Canada, and like I used some of the McKenzie Brothers stuff, and I rewatched The Strange Brew. That's the movie that they did. That was
I remember that one. I haven't seen that in like 15, 20 years. Oh my god, I need to go watch it.
That was epic. That was epic.
You gotta remember, for every amazing person that comes out of Canada, you get a Justin Bieber or Justin Trudeau.
Yeah.
Okay, but talking about Mel Brooks, I'm sorry. Nicholas brought up the producers. I love that. Nicholas, Max Bialystock is a dream role for me. I want to play him so bad. It's these. I don't know if y'all have ever seen it, but this washed up, greedy Broadway producer realizes, with the help of his accountant, that if you have a flop and raise more, you're gonna raise more money than you actually spend, and you can keep the money, or something like that. And they find a play that they think will close opening night. It's called Time for Hitler. It is basically a love letter to Hitler, and it is so funny. Oh God, we ain't got there yet, Barbara. Gene Wilder and Mel Brooks, they did so many good movies together. Young Frankenstein, producers. They did at least, I think, 3 or 4. I can't remember any of the other ones, but they end up getting caught. The show's a hit, so they can't pay back all their backers, and they turned it in like 99, 2000, they turned it into an actual musical. The entire play was a musical, and it was Nathan Lane and Matthew Broderick in the title roles, in the main roles, and it was amazing. It was just so upbeat. I need to watch it again. Yes, Zero Mostel was the original Max, but that was before it became a musical. That version wasn't the musical version. Zero Mostel, he was a good actor too. May your Schwartz be with you. I love that. God, I'm so nerding out right now. I needed this tonight after all of my shit today.
You're welcome.
Debbie, I don't know if you know this, but the actor in the movie that sung that song, Springtime for Hitler, that was John Barrowman, who went on to play in Doctor Who. He played Captain Jack, and he did a couple of DC TV shows. And he goes to conventions all the time. And he's a professional Broadway singer. He did in England for a long time, Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. And he gets
That was supposed to be like a little hugging symbol.
Thanks. We don't get not all of the emojis come through. Yes. Oh no. All right. And then the actual Hitler comes out and he's like, Heil myself. He flamboyantly, and that's what saves the show. Yes, keep it light, keep it bright, keep it gay. Yes, he was. I've seen him in a lot of stuff. And the guy who played oh God, I can't remember his name. And don't tell me that computers don't fucking listen, because I just put "the" in a search bar and popped up producers.
Computers listen. They really do.
Yeah, there's a character on in the show he's very flamboyant. He actually sang "Go the Distance" from the Disney Hercules. He was the guy who did that voice, and now he's I don't know if it's still on, but in England they premiered Back to the Future, the musical. And the music was not half bad. And he played Doc Brown.
Real quick to go along with what California Princess 619 is asking. Yeah, we did at the beginning of the show say we would not actually talk politics. We're actually going to keep the politics out of it for the night, just like we were trying to do last night. We were successful for the most, but it still kind of ended up leaning that way. Tonight we were going to actually try doing the same and staying away from the politics, and that's why we have.
One thing you'll know with me, I'm a typical Southern person. I jump around topics and give way too many details.
What's up, Madcore? What's going on,
Madcore? What up? Just coming off a 24-hour stream, brother. Holy shit, that was epic.
It was really fun to actually be able to pop in and out, go to bed, wake back up, jump back in there.
You know, I only came in for like the last hour. Yeah, David Tennant, Barbara, David Tennant, he will always be my doctor. Everyone has, because the thing with Doctor Who, the Doctor Who actually has been on since 1963. It premiered the day Kennedy was assassinated. And they had about between like 89 to 2005 was like they didn't have the show. But in 2005 they came back, and what they're able to do that they have a great plot device. The Doctor doesn't die. When he gets injured seriously enough, he regenerates. So when an actor will come on, play David Tennant did 3 years. Matt Smith, I think, did 4. When they want to leave, they end up have something happen that would supposedly kill the Doctor. but he changes faces and becomes a new actor, and it allows for so many. Tom Baker was a great classic Doctor, Susie. Let me see something. He was the only classic Doctor they brought back for the 50th anniversary. Oh no, that was all that I was gonna say, John. But it's true.
John's the one that been posted. He had a whole slew of. I've been watching chat. He had a whole slew of interesting little facts about different things pertaining to politics and or other goings on in this world. Very interesting, and I hope he comes back tomorrow and gives us a bunch because tomorrow we'll be back to the politics and news.
Yeah. I can't remember his. I was gonna say.
Tweety, oh my lord. I'm the one that says I haven't watched enough, of anything, and I know more than you do. This is crazy.
Yeah, Schwartz, Pete Davidson, and let's get this. Pete Davidson played the Fifth Doctor. His daughter came and did a guest role on one episode with David Tennant's Doctor. And David Tennant played the same character. He was the 10th Doctor. She met David Tennant on that with her guest appearance. They got married. So now the Doctor, she played a character called the Doctor's Daughter. The Doctor's daughter married the Doctor, so now the Doctor is the Doctor's father-in-law. That's how it's a little crazy thing among what are called Whovians. That's what they call that's what the fans of Doctor Who call themselves. But I stopped watching Doctor Who during the 13th Doctors. It just got, and then they gender swapped the last Doctor, and now the next Doctor is going to be a gay black man. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, right. Why? Nerd, if you'd like to know, we got you back up to 32 subscribers.
Hey, that's
Everybody else, go ahead and make sure you hit up that link real quick and give him a good subscription. He's very thorough with his culture. And yes, I did see the one comment says, politics is downstream from culture. Yeah, it is, but we're going to try keeping the stream fairly shallow tonight. What is this? Daughter. I don't know what that is.
That was my thing about the Tweety. I think 14 or 15 actors have played the Doctor, but only there's only 13 or 14 actual Doctors, because they had one character played by John Hurt who was not really the Doctor. He was the War Doctor. Because a big thing in Doctor Who, he doesn't use guns. He hates guns. 2, he doesn't kill. 3,
is he an abortion doctor?
Huh?
Is he an abortion doctor?
The War Doctor might have been, but he always took, because the reason he calls himself the Doctor is because he wants to be a good person. The that's the title he's picked. But there was one Doctor,
Trust me, I'm a doctor.
He does say that. He says that sometimes. There was one Doctor who kind of went against that and started fighting and killing and using guns. And that was the one Doctor that was never talked about until the 50th anniversary. But I think there's been 14 or 15. Well, yeah, Barbara, of course. That's like and it ticked me off, having Superman played by a Brit, but they did it with Henry Cavill, because that's the Doctor Who is like the cornerstone of British sci-fi. Yes, Tweety, you're slow. You're slow and sheltered. It's like my mom actually told me once if I could monetize all this useless trivia. This was before YouTube. Monetize all this useless trivia in my head, I could make some money. Kind of. Barbara, yeah, he got. I think him and Brandon Routh, they were two great Supermen, but they got shafted with the writing.
I see you kind of skipped over Tweety's little comment there.
I almost said something because the Doctor, people consider him like that. I actually, Gene, it's funny you say that, and y'all need to head Tuesday to the Experts channel because he'll have a trivia night. And
Boo! Oh,
what?
Promoting other people's channels. Just kidding. I love the Expert. He's good stuff.
He had a trivia night, and we had our first night.
Got my ass
game
handed
night.
to me because I had no clue what any of it was.
All I gotta say is 21 points, bitches. Top that. Yeah. Well,
yeah, I seen the comment.
Go ahead.
Decided to not play, and still came in like halfway through the pack or something, or closer to the top, right?
Yeah. It's a great. He found this program that he bought, and it's a really great program. All he has to do is just basically read it out, and it takes time. And all you do is put your answer in chat 1, 2, 3, or 4, and it tallies up as you go. And I won a $10 Amazon gift card. Something. Yeah, got me some money for that. But some of them were like, there was one question was like, where was Napoleon banished to after the Battle of Waterloo? I had no idea. Or when it was like, one was actually an Alice Cooper question, I think. Like, when did he write this one song? I'm like, I don't know.
Right? There's so many oddball questions, and that's what made it great. It was like nobody really knew. It was all guess.
Then there was like Rick and Morty question was like, who shot Mr. Poopy Butthole in season 1, episode something or another? And I knew it. And I'm like, why do I know this answer? But Rick and Morty, exactly. And I started getting them wrong about halfway through, and everyone was like, oh, Nerd is good. He's going to lose his street card. He's going to lose his nerd card. And I'm like, and they're like, oh, he's going to lose. Like, me and Guava Ball have been just going at it all week. Because Guava was like, you only won because I wasn't there.
Don't accidentally send a message to Outpost Nerd about Karate Kid 2, though. During the quiz, it will take 2 as your answer.
The question was like something about where they go. They go to Okinawa. I thought Okinawa was a city, not an island. Or what was the name of the island or city or something? It was a character named Poopy Butthole and was shot by Beth, the one of the characters, because she didn't like him. I haven't seen this. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I just remember because it was he's such an annoying character. But it was, I was like, I couldn't. I still say that answer was wrong. I think Okinawa is still a city. Probably both, actually. I don't know. But it was a lot of fun. I think that was probably one of the. I think that was probably one of the most successful streams Expert had.
Probably. Susie says Discovery Warner will have for the DCU that they don't have enough writers to write TV shows or movies. So is Discovery going to force those crappy writers to be hired for the DCU movies?
They already are. They've been doing that for years. Most of these writers for these shows or comics have no experience beforehand. Look at you have to,
Poopy holds a treasure. How dare you, Outpost Nerd?
Ooh wee. That's all I remember. I don't remember anything anybody says, but he's always like, ooh wee. Ugh. Or Mr. Meeksy. Mr. Meeksy was another annoying character. I love Rick and Morty. I think it's such a one. It twists the genre on it. It flips it on its head so much. I mean, here you have a character with basically the powers of a god with Rick that he can. That I think they haven't said this, but every episode I think is set in a different universe because he has the power to jump from universe to universe. Well, no, they have did it because there's an episode where Morty takes his sister, oh God, what's her name, to another world, and it's like, this is what you don't see about Rick's adventures, and you see a world just basically destroyed because Rick just bounces from world to world to family, and just think, if any of us had that same power, would we be very different from Rick? That is a question that really I'd love to hear people's I'd love to take a psychology class and go on that topic. But
Go ahead, summon them, bring them up. Let's go. Let's do it. I don't care.
Mean Copian.
I'm good with that.
I pointed out the fact, that it's a song. It's a song. A guy sounds like very robotic. He's like, my money don't jiggle. It
folds.
Mean Copian sounds exactly like that guy. And someone, I think it was on the Experts channel. He was on there with us, and someone sent the lyrics, and he read it and sounded exactly like that guy.
That's so funny.
Because I'm sitting there thinking he's talking, I'm listening, I'm like, where have I heard that voice before? And then that came on like my Facebook feed a little while later, and I said, I'm like, is that Mahler? Is Mahler the guy who does that, Nicholas? Because it was just so funny.
Mahler.
Yeah, I think Mahler is the guy's name.
Nicholas says Meme Copian sounds like Mahler. It's on your screen.
Yeah, I see it. But it was just I'm like, oh my God.
Jean is on top of it. She's like, hey, go check out Meme Copian, and throws this link up there. It's like she has to have this big, huge
she's got to have at least 20
file of all these people and all their things or whatever, and she just goes and scans it real quick and throws it over in the chat. That's why I said I'll never take your wrench away from you ever again. So I was going through and I had given everybody a wrench. I went through and I took away wrenches from the majority and gave it to the most trusted type thing or whatever. And then I'm like, that's the one person that I should have never taken it away from. I believe I took it away from her twice.
But I've been, me and my mom will actually sit and watch. We don't watch a lot of the same stuff, but Cobra Kai is one thing we can sit down and watch together and both enjoy.
Yeah, I've seen all those. Those have been really cool because I really like the original Karate Kids, and seeing the way they brought them back and the different ways that they incorporated the previous movies.
Yeah,
that very clever way.
He goes back.
Paying off big moments you never got,
Yeah, he goes back to where Mr. Miyagi's from, and it's this mall space now.
Yeah,
and
it's like
here I can answer this question right here. It really isn't a question for us, but I can answer it. It wasn't about a particular song. It was about the first album ever produced, ever made by. That's what the question was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But I didn't realize
the girl that was in the movie with him, right? He goes back.
Yeah.
And remember how she was very innocent and delicate and all that stuff.
And then she actually you realize
she's a total player, party girl. And
she was a dancer, and she got to tour the world. She got to go to London. She said and then she came back home and started teaching. Do you realize too? In Picard season 1, you had the admiral who actually a Romulan spy. Did you ever watch Picard?
I've not watched Picard, but I've watched all the other Star Treks.
It's actually the same actress. It's her from Karate Kid too.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, that. But yeah, you got to see you see Daniel and what's his name?
Oh, and hold on.
Bill. Oh my God, I just had a brain fart. Johnny, you see them kind of come together, you know? Yeah. Thank you, Debbie.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the other guy, Karate
No,
Kid 2.
Danny, and you see them. I like how they came together. But you also, yeah, oh yeah, you were talking about the bully from the bad guy from
Right,
Karate Kid 2.
and then he went back and in that episode of Cobra
Yeah,
Kai.
he gets his
And
Daniel gets his ass kicked.
she's like, "Oh yeah, I invited I'm missing his name right now. It's like I keep wanting to say Hero, but that's not it. It's something like that. But yeah, and he's like, "What?" And then he like insisted on getting him drinks and like hanging out with them, and so he's coming back this season to kind of like help them even up the numbers against the return of Silver and
His name is
Reese.
Yuji Akamoto. I can't remember it. I can't remember the character's name. But I loved it because, like in the movie, Daniel has him like has him. All he has to do is one more hit, and he's reared back to do like a face, just palm smack, just to knock his ass out, and he just goes and honks his nose, and Chosen was the character's name.
Chosen, that's it. Yeah, that's
Chosen has Daniel, like he's just bloodied and has him in the same position, and he just honk and starts laughing his ass off. He's like, "Did you?
Right.
You should have seen your face. You really thought I was about to kill you."
Yeah, but the funny part was like when you saw Daniel's face when she said he was coming. He goes, "Who'd you invite? An old friend? Who is it?" He goes, "Chosen." He's like, "What?" Because you remember how it left off, right? He had a knife in her throat, and there's a big fight, and the whole family was there. So
he even said like they're after the
those
fight,
parts are
they're
hilarious.
talking about they're talking, and he's like, "I was a stupid kid, more concerned about honor than anything else." Because now he's like a teacher. He's a teacher. He became the character's a teacher now, if I'm not mistaken. And I love the part where Daniel's there to try to save his business. I think because doesn't he sell like Japanese cars or something?
Right. He was kind of getting run out by the other guys.
And he's there to save his business. And the little girl he saved from drowning in the tsunami is actually like an executive of the business of his parent corporation. And she's like, "You saved my life. I'm here to help. I'll save yours." And it was just such a great circle being brought back.
Yeah, definitely. That's what they do great in that show, for sure. I mean, like the moment when Johnny and Daniel were finally they had to have a drink together. They were basically stuck together.
Yeah.
And so they end up sitting down and having a drink and realizing that they're not that different. And it's like that was a great moment of like this moment had to happen eventually. It's good that we got to see that probably.
One thing I do like about it, no one is 100% good. Like you don't. I agree with Cobra Kai on some things. I don't agree with them on others. I agree with Miyagi-Do on some things. I agree with it. I disagree with them on others. No one's 100% good. Each group has their own flaws and screw ups, but I loved it when they came together as Miyagi-Do. I think they came. I can't if I remember. They came back. Johnny brought his student or some of his students over for Miyagi-Do and is now working with Daniel against what's his name who took back over Cobra Kai.
Kreese.
Yeah. And that was I was glad they brought him back too. That was awesome.
Oh yeah, they're bringing everybody back. That's the cool part about it. They know the really cool decision too is leaving Johnny kind of stuck in the past, so you kind of still get that retro vibe. You know, when
Yeah.
he pulls out his music or is driving his car or referring to things, it's still kind
I
of back
loved
in
it
that
when
time frame.
he's like in the hardware store. He's wearing like an AC/DC shirt. And the guy's like, "Oh, AC/DC, that's so cool. I used to listen to them as a kid." And you see Joey just like, or Johnny's just like, "Oh," you see him kind of cringe when he said that. But yeah, they brought back who was the love interest between them?
Allie,
Yeah, Allie. I just found it. But I watched all those. I watched like the next Karate Kid was the one I watched the most as a kid. But yeah, Mr. Miyagi, he did like TV before he did the Karate Kid.
he was Pat Moretti. He was on. I think he was on.
Happy
I want
Days.
to say Happy Days. That's it, right?
Yep, he was Al from Happy Days. He was the owner of the burger place they owned. Wow, he only died in 2005. I thought he died in like the 90s. And Nicholas, it's not awful. It's just different.
But you know, he says
Different
it's
time, man.
awful, and then he puts these little emojis after it, saying, you know, that are rolling, laughing. You know, so I mean, I don't know if he's kidding or.
Yeah, and John is making fun of GI Joe.
I mean, these questions are between, you know, people in chat or whatever. But it says, how could Sam and Patrick have a history that we couldn't have in a prequel to?
I don't know what that's about.
Before their time, I have no clue. We'd have to go back and actually look at the
I
conversation.
think she's talking about she's talking. Barton's talking about they're doing a remake of Roadhouse, and something to do with that.
Okay.
Nicholas, you are just you are the lofty pixels of this chat. You have the horrible. He's talking about DS9 is. I'm
Did
calling
you hear
him
that, Nicholas? He just called you straight up horrible gay. Oh.
You like DS9? Nicholas, come on. DS9 was a stolen idea, just like Star Trek Discovery. Okay, get this.
Barton Bella says I'm a chick, LOL.
What? I
Quick
mean,
I'm
question,
sorry,
dude.
Barton.
Everything's borrowed.
Oh, I'm sorry, Barton. I thought that I'd never. My bad.
Barton Bella, you know, so I mean,
Yeah, I was. Well, I shouldn't say anything. I've met guys named Ashley, Lauren. One of my best friends' his name is Lindsay. I actually,
yeah.
It was his wedding. It was his wedding to my friend Rebecca. That they got married. And I'm like, I tell a friend, I'm like, oh, I'm going to my friend Lindsay and Rebecca's wedding, and he just leans in and whispers to me, "Are they gay?" I said, "No, Lindsay's a guy, Rebecca's a girl." But it was I just started laughing because I didn't think of that.
Let's do this real quick.
Go ahead.
Prepping, are you still awake?
Yep. I'm
okay. Just wanted to be sure you're still with us.
I'm sorry. Prepping hasn't said a word since he came on. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you guys are good. I'm just listening. If I had something to chime in with, I would. I'm sort of a casual watcher of most of these things, so if I were to get into it, it would probably be from a political angle. So I'm chilling here, playing something in the background and listening, waiting for something to say.
Good sci-fi show for political intrigue, along with lasers and boom, pew 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 kind of stuff, is Babylon 5. There was so much political intrigue on that show, and Star Trek Deep Space Nine was a blatant, complete, stolen idea from Babylon 5.
They're very similar for sure. Yeah.
Huh?
They were very similar.
Well, the thing
Roadhouse. Hell yeah.
J. Michael Straczynski, who wrote that. I'm sorry, I keep talking over people.
Oh, you're good. Finish your thought there.
J. Michael Straczynski, who created Babylon 5 in the early 90s, went around trying to pitch the idea. Well, he went to Paramount pitched the idea. They turned it down. It was bought by Turner Broadcasting later that year. Guess what was announced about a year and a half after he went to Paramount? Babylon 5, or Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine, just like Discovery, you will never change my mind as long as I live, is a blatant ripoff of Babylon 5, and Discovery was based off, it was ripped off. I mean, they didn't even change the characters for Discovery off a game called Tardigrade. The guy created this game. It was a little pixel text online game. He's from Egypt. Called Tardigrade, and the entire thing about Discovery is they use tardigrades, which tardigrades are these small little microscopic fungi things to teleport around around space, around the galaxy.
I remember that.
And that was the basis of this game. And race swap Michael Burnham should never have set foot on a fucking starship ever again after what she did. She started an intergalactic war, and then all of a sudden she's given command of the most powerful ship Starfleet has ever had. Are you fucking kidding me? She got her captain killed.
Good night, Dragon Man. You have a good night.
Later, Dragon Man. Sorry if I bored you.
No, it's about normal time for him to kick out. Usually,
Have fun finding your dad.
First hour and a half ish, somewhere in there. Usually.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no.
My show is more of a rewatch show than it is a live show. So as far as that goes,
yeah,
all's good.
I was just noticing I'm 14 away from hitting 4K, 14 subs.
Yeah.
Do you like videos about root cause solutions and root cause issues and like those kind of topics, solution culture kind of stuff? Come on by, check it out.
Oh yeah, I did throw a link for him down below in the description. So hit that link up. Go ahead, sub him out, get him to his $4,000, and we can say we did it here on this show.
That's right. You could be the Magic 14.
Nicholas, I am not. Please, Babylon 5 was not. Oh, good Lord. Babylon 5 was not liberal or anything. I'm not
Can't keep up if you follow a bad opinion with a good one.
I'm sorry for you have your wrong opinions. But Babylon 5 to me was more real. It was like what would have happened if we actually found ourselves 200 to 300 years in the future with space travel. I mean, the ships on Babylon 5 still used rotation for artificial gravity. They didn't have artificial gravity yet, like in Star Trek, which only could happen by this divine intervention from aliens coming to our planet. That's why the world of Star Trek happened, is because the Vulcans showed up. Nothing that we did. Hell, when they showed up, we had almost killed ourselves. Because
so Germ says, so I never got into Firefly, but the fans of that show are really into it. Any thoughts on that?
Oh my God!
I think that's because it was one of
vaguely.
It was one of the only. I was just gonna say, I think it was because it was one of the only good sci-fi shows during a period where people were really starved for a good sci-fi show. So that whole demographic just sort of clung on.
Once again, Fox fucked it up. I love. I'm
Go figure. Paid opposition screws something up.
The original Battlestar Galactica, Nicholas, not that crappy remake. I'm sorry, but Firefly was just one amazingly well written, perfect casting. Firefly had perfect casting, and it was real. It wasn't lasers. They still used bullets, and it was just the stories were great. But the Fox network, fucked it up like they always did.
Hey, can you run down the plot of that again and some of the
What it
characters?
is,
I'm trying to remember
what it is,
I do remember
and
it, but I can't put
what
together.
it is an amazing plot. Okay, Earth just cannot sustain the population anymore. So they send generation ships out in space, and they find this um, this solar system with hundreds of planets. So they terraform them, and then you have the inner planets and the outer planets. The inner planets are called the Alliance, and the outer planets want independence. So you have a civil war. Josh Wheaton said he came up with this idea after reading a book on a flight about Civil War Confederate soldiers trying to earn a living.
Say, when in reality, check your numbers again. How close are you?
It's basically people, the losing side of the
Yeah.
Civil War with people trying
Yeah.
to make a living. And
For
it's
team.
just,
It changed because I see the number change. It says 3.99. I just don't get to see the last number.
but it's this guy. He's a it's basically, and it's really cool because it's a mixture of Old West and Chinese. Because Josh Wheaton had this idea. Okay, after so long, what two major cultures would have survived so long? Like you have cowboys cussing out in Mandarin Chinese, and it's an amazing way they got around the censors, because they would say the most horrible things in Mandarin Chinese. And the character, it follows the. Okay, maybe back up. I'm getting ahead of myself. The final battle of this galactic space civil war was the Battle of Serenity Valley, which the main character Mal was on the losing side. In the losing side, they were called Browncoats. They wanted independence from the Alliance, and they got slaughtered in this battle. He's stuck in that battle after so many years. He names his ship Serenity after that battle that he lost. Basically, because so many officers died, he was basically the highest ranking person left on the battlefield, and he's just trying to survive. He does cargo runs, he does smuggling, and he gets this group of people on his ship, and they're just perfectly cast together. It's basically a cowboy or space western, basically. I was more Jules Satie kind of gal. What is wrong with you?
Oh, he just did it. He just called
Kinda
himself a gal.
Shut up, Koolfrogg. But
It was a strange time. Everybody was doing it. Yeah.
it was Nathan Fillion. You know, he did Castle. He's doing The Rookie now. He was a Hammerman or Captain Hammer in Dr. Horrible's sing along blog. But he did Castle on not long after Firefly, and the writers were so funny. There's a Halloween special that starts out with him popping out of his office in his Halloween costume, and it turns out it's his costume from Firefly. And his daughter's sitting there, like, "What are you supposed to be?" He's like, "I'm a space cowboy." And she's like, well, "Didn't you wear that like 7 years ago?" Because at that point, that was how long ago he did the show. He's like, "I like it," because he absolutely loves the fandom, loved that show. It was the show that really brought him to the forefront of a lot of people. But the show basically came around because Josh Wheaton, he just did Buffy the Vampire Slayer and what was the other one? Angel. And Fox wanted another show from him, and he's like, "I have this idea," but then they really fucked him over. Did he really, Susie? I love but you'd have there's one episode of Castle when him I don't know. Did y'all ever watch Castle? Hello. It was
Not me. Nope.
there's one
Sounds like
where
just you.
Doesn't sound familiar.
he's a murder writer. Nathan Fillion plays this murder writer who's who does basically ride-alongs with with an NYPD homicide detective for his next book to research his next book, and he falls in love with her. After a while, they get married and everything. But there's one scene where they barge into the back of this Chinese restaurant, and she's like, "Have you seen?" She's holding up a picture. "Have you seen this guy?" She's got her gun drawn on these guys, and he says in Mandarin Chinese, "My partner's crazy, and she will shoot you if you do not answer." And they point off like, "Oh, he's doing that away," and she says to him, "Now get," because like I said, he had to learn Mandarin Chinese for Firefly, she's like, "Oh."
Toy Box Braden, you might have to ask that question in Discord. Sorry, it get blocked.
She says, "Oh, did you learn how to speak Mandarin while on abroad or something?" He's like, "No, just a sci-fi show I used to love. They would throw in Castle or Firefly jokes in Castle, and it was just so freaking hilarious." Castle was a really good show before she left and ruined it. Serenity Whip, what? I don't know what an IWIP is. But the cast they're still really close, and that show was on 22 years ago. They did a movie too called Serenity, which kind of wrapped up the television show, just because it was one of those things where fans were so rabid. Like in I think 2004, 2005, they did the movie, which everyone was shocked. But Nathan Fillion, he's great with fans. He loves the fans. But that was before everything went woke. You couldn't make that shit today.
Hey, here's the real question: will we be able to make it again one day? Right?
Well, people say like it's like a pendulum. You swing extreme one way, and then you swing back another way. And I think we're just getting to that breaking point where it's going to start swinging back. So maybe we'll be able to make it one day. And I think like what we were talking earlier, that is Marvel's major problem with all these shows. They go so woke, people don't want to watch it. And
right.
I think when these companies, remember what DeSantis did just earlier this year with Disney?
Right.
We're seeing Disney fighting back. I honestly believe, like they did did you ever see Big Hero 6, that Pixar movie about superheroes?
Well, I mean, just to answer that question or that thought, I don't think that this is a reaction. Maybe an escalation of
they're escalating. This is
plan. But they were already on this path to begin with. But I think what's going to happen is I think that it'll go so far, but until there's an alternative, until there's something else to offer, it'll maintain itself. And then when there is enough of a new culture, a new entertainment culture that is not serving that crowd, that becomes more popular, which we already see. People are already voting with their dollars, and they're already choosing the other content or not that content. So they eventually that just becomes a thing where it's able to overtake the other one. As long as they can exist, right? So the trick is that they own the airways and things like that you have to be able to reach people on. So they have the reach. And so it's getting that kind of like redirected into where people are actually enjoying the content, and they want this particular type and not the woke stuff anymore. And when it overwhelms, they lose money, they go out of business.
It's like, okay, like I was talking about the Orville earlier. That's Seth MacFarlane. His Family Guy. Family Guy. He left. He's not. He doesn't do anything for Family Guy other than voices now. I found that out recently. He doesn't write or direct or produce or anything. He's a. Sorry, Barbara. I was talking about Big Hero 6, not The Incredibles. I'll get back to that later. Yeah, not Incredibles. Incredibles is actually really good. I like both the movies. But with the Orville, the Orville is what Star Trek should be. You're dealing with, yes, social issues, but you're doing it in such a way that you're not beating them over the head with a hammer. You're not beating your audience over the head. Like there's one storyline that they actually it has gone since like episode 2. They have an alien race that's all men. No females in this race. And it's the second in command is a member of this race, and he and his mate have a baby. Turns
Sounds
out
really gay.
Well, no, but they don't beat you over the head with it. You wouldn't know if they were a couple.
But do you okay? So take that what you said right there. I see what you're saying, but the subtleness of it is like
no. But listen,
is what's what's really hitting you over the head.
The story of how these people are presented, it's really well done, because when they have the baby, everyone's shocked. Oh my God, it's female. But what they do is, being female to this race is considered a physical disability. It's so looked down upon that they will surgically alter their babies from female to male. And it's slowly over the seasons you see more of this, and there turns out there's a resistant, like a hugely famous figure in their society that everyone thinks is a male is actually a female.
Jesus.
And it's in like recently, the child finds out he's being raised as a boy. He's found out that he's actually born a girl and wants to go back to being a girl, which
that's not very obvious at all.
Well, no, it shows it's a really interesting take on gender, on the gender identity.
That's about 5 years old, right? So, I mean, that's the whole idea of this and like where it comes from. Don't take it straight to politics, though.
The Orville was made about 2 or 3. This season of the Orville was made like I think 2 years ago during the pandemic, and then it was shot. They had to shop around for because Fox canceled it, and then they had to find another network, and they landed on Hulu. But to me, it showed that this character, she wanted to be herself, not what society wanted her to be. It like the Seth MacFarlane plays the captain. He's
what did society want her to be?
A male.
Okay, but she was a female.
Yeah, she was born a female. They changed her at birth. They surgically altered her, and they went to court about it because the character's name is Boris. He didn't want to change his child's gender, but his mate wanted to. So they went to court. They went to court, and in the last episode, she's actually kidnapped by agents of the government, and they end up getting kicked out of the government. The union is called. It's not the Federation in the Orville. It's the Planetary Union. Yeah, that's what surprised me, Nicholas. It was very unwoke. But all the characters, they have flaws. They're not these perfect characters that we see in Star Trek. It's just surprisingly well done for Seth MacFarlane writing.
What's up, Orboros?
Art is always going to imitate life, Barton. It's always going to do that. Art has always been a reflection on the society that it's created in. So I don't agree. I understand what. Yeah, he was one of the writers. However you say that name, I can't.
So,
Go ahead. Sorry.
well, no, I mean, you said that you know, art is always represented in society, and you know, in this day and age, that's easily reversed.
Oh yeah.
You know, and then if you think about like pop culture, right? Okay, the music industry, all right, then how that evolved and what became of that. The top 40s and things like that, where songs were marketed on a radio format and they're played through repetition. It went from that to music videos to set crowds to make songs popular before anybody had ever heard it. So you're playing a new boy band song or whatever, right, to a crowded auditorium full of people that are paid to be there, kids that are paid to be there, shouting their heads off as the song's playing. You play it out there, say, "Here's the new hit," right, and everybody buys into it. That's art creating society, and that's what happens a lot in media these days. That's why they're so intent on putting this woke stuff in cartoons and in all the entertainment and all the areas because it's imprints. It's imprints. So they're just getting the imprint, getting the imprint, getting the imprint. Then when they're approached with the information, they're more willing and open and subjective to buy in. You know, they've been opened up to the imagery. This is what I was talking tonight about on my my stream. I was talking about how the brain works and why that's powerful, right? So I think in a time that what you said was true. Like I think in a time that they used what they saw around them as material, but as the power of information and media became apparent to people who seek it, it started changing. And you know, with technology, it's it's just as easy to use that same thing in reverse. You know.
I mean, I was just thinking about this yesterday. I don't know if y'all know the Bob and Tom show out of Indianapolis. It's a morning radio show. It's been on since the 80s. And I was thinking, I'm like, I would love to ask this guy, the host, he's been in radio since the 70s. His name's Tom Griswold. I would love to hear his views on how technology has really changed not only his industry, but has allowed the regular person almost to have a show like his. And it's a full-blown radio produced show. They do skits and interview comedians and all sorts of stuff.
We could parallel that with the music industry in a sense of what technology has done for musicians, and bands.
I mean, Justin Bieber was discovered on YouTube. Taylor Swift, wasn't she on like MySpace or Facebook or something? And these have become like the biggest music stars in the world. But they were found on social media.
I'm not sure of the backstories.
But you remind me. I love old TV shows, and I was watching an episode of the Andy Griffith Show where the high school kids, their dance gets canceled because the principal thinks their dancing is vulgar. So what they do is they put on a demonstration of how he danced as a kid and how his parents danced, just to point out each generation kind of thought, okay, that's kind of nasty. Each generation before thought the next generation was, and we see that today, like, oh, those millennials or those boomers, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So check this out. The last time who was saying this? I was watching this earlier, but they made a great point. This is the last time that America was, this country was actually truly unified, was after World War II. And like all the other times in between, there's always been this kind of internal struggle of sorts.
On that, by the way.
And I'll think about who said it, but I'll finish this. That one of the things, like I have a degree in media studies, right? Media analysis and electronic production, and that this thing kind of really interests me, and how media like has played a part in society and forming it. And the one thing that you see in that era of television and movies is you see the arrival of the bad boys, the outsiders, the rebels, and these are early, early kind of like there's a very obedient kind of like not obedient and compliant kind of way, but a very civil society going on, very wholesome kind of society going on at that time. And
It had its issues though, but yeah.
well, of
If
course,
I can
there's
get
always
everybody
that.
to check the poll, just give it a quick check, give it an answer. Let me know how you feel about
Okay.
what's going on tonight.
But
That's kind of like where that whole thing started, right? In that area. So it's interesting that you kind of pointed that out, and that it's very familiar today, but it was very unfamiliar at that time, and it was kind of like that was you see that it leads into the 70s era television and 80s era television, and then you can kind of see this progression through those themes to where we are to now. So just keep an eye on that when you're like kind of thinking about that, that how that works. It's like it's nuts, but you can see how things you can kind of almost predict what's coming next.
yeah, my theory is, World War II, it was so profitable. It made so many industries so much money.
Well, people just came out of 2 world war like back to back almost.
Then we
wars,
had like Korea in the
it.
50s, and then Vietnam in the 70s. We had most of the wars. And you ask a normal person, they could tell you why we were fighting in World War II. Ask that same person, why did we fight in Vietnam? Why did we fight in Korea? They couldn't give you an answer. A lot of people felt they were unnecessary wars, and I believe they were wars for profit. Vietnam, Korea specifically, they were just 100% wars for profit because they saw, oh God, we made so much money. That World War II brought us out of the Depression.
Well, if you think about what Eisenhower said, he said, beware of the military. We've heard this a million times, right? Yeah. Beware of the military-industrial complex, right? Well, that's what he was talking about. That's what happened when they came out of a really noble cause in World War II and started kind of heading down the road of, because we were so powerful, we came out on top looking so good and had this really strong military because of the freedom in this country. Then
shirts.
That
am I here?
Yes, you're here. Welcome back.
Oh,
it's like, did you ever watch MASH? Have any of y'all saw MASH?
Definitely. I've actually been to the I've actually been to the site where the helicopter comes down in California. Yeah, I used to live right near there, like behind. It was like behind us, a set.
They did a sequel called After MASH. It only lasted like 2 or 3 seasons. It was supposed to like Colonel Potter. He hates retirement, so he gets a job at a VA hospital.
Oh yes, I've seen this. I've watched those.
And Klinger's back stateside with his wife. He gets married in the final episode of MASH, and that the actress who played his wife actually played Keiko O'Brien in Star Trek Deep Space Nine and Star Trek Next Generation. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Nicholas.
Well,
it just so happened it kind of started tipping a little bit.
I don't know what the hell.
The one thing I loved about
Klinger, it didn't want to fully connect me. It was like you could look at the modem and it's like, the lights are on, but then the one light that it's just like it just doesn't go. It's like it just keeps like flickering or like kind of having
Stop
like a pattern.
flashing, you fifth light.
There are
oh my God.
Lights. Sorry, it's another Star Trek reference. But the thing I loved about Klinger was such an interesting character. He always tried to get
at your service, sir.
He always He
always dressed like a freaking tranny. Let's just say.
But he never risked the patients. He would do anything to get out, but he never risked.
Yeah, he didn't try to like mutilate their genitals or anything. Like he just dressed up like a woman himself. That was
always out
he kept
there
it to himself.
The pre-op, he was always out there carrying patients around. He never risked the patients in order to get a Section 8. But then when they're in Aftermath, he gets in some trouble. He's before a judge, and says something.
We used to make fun of this shit where people dressed up as men, and we thought it was hysterical. Men dressed up as women.
Well, it
we thought it was hysterical. It was comedy. It was hysterical. Yeah. Everybody laughed their asses off. Now we're just supposed to look at this guy. I'm a woman.
But no.
It's like we're just supposed to accept this like reality. All this like arbitrary crap.
What reality was talking about a minute ago. About how World War II was kind of the last uniting factor America had. Klinger's before a judge. He got caught in a booking place, a gambling den, and he says, you know, I'm a GI, you know, I had to do some horrible things. He said, well, the example he gives, he said, I once picked up a beating heart for a surgeon to put it back in barehanded. And he said, I came back here, and it was like it never happened. It was like Korea they're calling it a police action. We're completely ignoring it. And his wife is a Korean sitting there. He's like, I have a wife, beautiful wife. Not even what's her name? Hitler's girlfriend. Ava Braun, he says the line, Ava Braun wouldn't get the looks that she gets. He's so we forgot an entire generation of soldiers.
Yeah, the Korean War is known as the Forgotten War.
And people, I got in a fight with a history teacher once. He was calling it a police action. And did y'all ever see Rodney Dangerfield Back to School?
Oh yeah.
You remember when he's Sam Kinison, the professor?
Uh-huh.
And he's like, why didn't we fight? Why didn't we win Vietnam? And he goes up to Rodney. He's like, tell me. He's getting in his face. It's such a funny moment. And Rodney's like responds because the president was too much of to go in there and blast them back to the Stone Age or something like that.
Right. You guys, good answer.
He's like, I like you. And Sam Kinison was an amazing comedian. I'm like,
Oh
I
my
can
God.
hear him. I can hear him yelling still in my head.
It was funny.
But it was such a I know we're getting back into politics. Koolfrogg had to walk away, but we lasted about 2 hours this time. But it's
That may have been a blessing that I wasn't in the room for 2 hours.
yeah, I noticed like Nicholas
Well,
said,
yeah.
right when we start getting into the political side of stuff.
The point I was making about the theme of media in that era, right after that era, was that when people are unified, that doesn't do the people who want power very much good, right?
Oh, that's why.
So
That's why everything is racist on MSNBC.
Well, of course, yeah.
Everything
But
is
they had to
racist.
start breaking apart that family because the family was what was really the bedrock of all that, and
Mhm.
that's you can see, like I said, you can see the progression, but that was another aspect to it.
Yeah, that the family breaking with the what was it? Well, what's the word I'm looking for? The welfare, with the creation of the welfare state, and it and women being told, hey, if you're not married, you get more money for your kids or something. It really the welfare state is destroyed, pretty much destroyed the nuclear family.
Well, it certainly destroyed the black community, put a black community in a very bad spot when that was doing very well. That was FDR. So that was kind of the plan. You kind of ever researched that time period and the New Deal and such, that that he had been overheard, or I don't think it was ever written anywhere, but I think it was overheard and confirmed, saying that the plan in this is to pull those votes in and break the family up, So
I'll have those people voting for.
Yeah, you guys have all heard it, right?
For the next 200 years.
Yep, exactly. You guys have heard it.
Oh, that's
Wow.
LBJ. That was LBJ
Yeah.
with the
LBJ.
the-
Yeah,
the-
sorry.
yeah,
That's
the
AFDR.
society.
That's AFDR. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yep. So
I mean,
that's where that started out. But they had to take care of
I walk
everybody.
away for a second and it breaks down into total politics.
we were
Wow.
talking about
This media and politics,
Koolfrogg,
though.
this
Media-
show isn't just
Media.
naturally political. You are
Media
asking
influence.
this whole program to go against its very nature. This is very difficult.
I know. It only took like 2 hours and 15 minutes for it to break.
well, we were
down.
talking about media's
I love it.
impression on politics. Remember? So
Well,
it wasn't
yeah.
completely political.
Yeah. how it influences things. You know, how easily it influences things. You know.
Yeah.
Somebody said it earlier. Yep, it's whatever straight downstream from culture. So when you think about it, politics is really easy to come by.
Yeah, like I've been like, I know I might lose my man card for this. I've recently finished watching every Downton Abbey episode. Have y'all ever heard of Downton Abbey?
Stripped. That's why you called yourself you called yourself a female.
I will have to hear about that.
It's a great show. Shut up. It's so well done. It's set in the it's set in the it starts in the 1912, goes to like the 1930s, and it shows you like how that British aristocracy society really started crumbling with World War I going on, and so many. You gotta watch it.
Poll that was up is still up. I'm not taking it down until whenever. I suppose I could. It says there's still 10 people that are watching over the top of how many votes are in. 2 people did not like tonight's style of show. The 2 people that did not like tonight's style of show, tell me somehow, some way, what we can do different.
Not have me back on.
No, that won't happen.
Taylor,
I'm kidding.
The chat.
What's that? What are you catching?
Nicholas Taylor's chat.
I'm British officer.
Because he's British.
I've heard of Downton Abbey. Doesn't mean I watch it though, because I'm not
a girl.
Nicholas, you and I, we're about to have another American Revolution on our hands, and I'm gonna kick your ass like we did with you redcoats before, boy. Actually, back then, my family was still over in the British Isles during the Revolution.
But you're the fanboy of the British thing, and the British guy's not even a fanboy of the British thing. What the hell?
So what? Short Order Cook is with me.
Okay.
See, I noticed he didn't put his comment up, Koolfrogg.
So okay, how many British shows from the back in the day do you remember? Do you remember the Tomorrow People?
Because we can't confirm that Short Order Cook is a female or a male. So
you and your little points, Koolfrogg. See, with me, my best friend growing up.
You broke down earlier and you said it yourself.
Shut up! I know. See, I know a lot more about British culture because
something come up and he screwed up his verbiage and he called himself a girl.
Because I was reading the comment and she's like, "I'm a I'm a so and so gal."
Didn't age well.
Because the comment said, "I'm a so and so gal." I can't remember what it said, and I was reading it and I accidentally said it.
See how it gets in your head, man?
Yeah.
It's just funny.
I know more about. I know a lot about British kind of I
wasn't even here.
Entertainment and stuff because my best friend's dad growing up was from Scotland, and his grandparents would send him stuff like comics and snacks. So I grew up with that kind of stuff.
I'm not against the British thing. I was just making my little funny comment there, but yeah. Like Doctor Who and stuff. That's fun.
I'm thinking there was a comic called the Beano, which was just kind of like Mad TV,
I've heard
Mad
of this.
magazine. But
the first seasons of Black Mirror came from Great Britain. This raw.
I watched a little bit of it. I watched a little bit of that, not much. But there was in that kind of vein, there was a show on Fox.
Oh yes, this. I was planning on watching this, but I never got around to it.
Called Sleepy Hollow, which was Ichabod Crane was a real person. He was a spy for Washington with the British, and he and the Headless Horseman end up killing each other, but they're preserved and they wake up in modern day Sleepy Hollow, New York.
Oh God,
I think I saw some of that.
It's a good show.
I never watched it, but I've watched
But there was a funny scene. Crane gets back into the police car because he works with the police lieutenant, and he's just went into Starbucks, has a coffee in his hand. He looks at his receipt and looks at the taxes and says, "Oh my God, we started a revolution for less than that." But there was another show, and this show it was from like the 50s or 60s. Walt Disney would used to do these little anthology shows, and he did a couple of them called The Swamp Fox. It was Leslie Nielsen from The Naked Gun, him in his younger days. Yeah, I grew, like I said, my best friend's grandparents would send him this, and we would sit there for hours at his kitchen table just reading stacks of the Beano, because his grandparents would send him like 2 or 3 dozen of these comics, and they were so funny. But it was based off a World War. God, it's getting late for me. Oh my God, I'm starting. But there was a colonel in the Revolutionary War named Francis Marion, who basically he fought in the South, in like South Carolina. He basically, if it was not for him, the Revolutionary War would have been a failure, because Cornwallis would have been able to march his troops up from the South, and then his other troops would march down from the North and basically pincer George Washington and just crush the revolution. He was an actual character. He used guerrilla tactics, and the Army Rangers credit him as their founder, as their patron, because he used guerrilla tactics in an era where there were still rules of warfare, where both sides got in line and shot at each other, basically. Well, Francis Marion he would fight from the woods. He was smart. He would hide out in swamps. That's where he got his name, the Swamp Fox, because he was just so elusive. They could not find him, because he was cutting off supply routes and troop routes. He was giving the British hell. And if you watch, like I said earlier, The Patriot is loosely based off of Francis Marion, Mel Gibson's character in The Patriot, which was an amazing movie. Y'all need to watch it. I love it. It's my favorite.
Do you think about that? That's a crazy time when people actually were like okay with lining up and facing another group of people that were lined up with rifles at them and taking turns firing at each other. I mean, Can you imagine being recruited for that army? It's just like, yeah, you just stand in the line, you shoot. It's easy. It's just nuts. Roar of attrition.
Cake of Death. Yeah, that they've kind of said that, but it was just such a
Kicker Death
phenomenon. But yeah.
Hello, Joe 47771.
Well, in the Patriot, Mel Gibson's character has no qualms about shooting officers. That was a big no in that era rules of warfare. You did not shoot the officers, because who else would keep control over the soldiers on the battlefield? And he actually says to Cornwallis himself, the basically head all the British forces in the Americas, in the Western Hemisphere. He's like, I have no qualms about shooting men who were. Oh, I almost said something bad, Koolfrogg. Who great?
Oh, watch yourself.
I caught myself. Grape and pillage. I have no problems doing that. And it's a great look at the warfare. And it's so funny. They captured this supply in the movie. They captured this supply route. Cornwallis was known for he had 2 greyhounds, just were amazingly beautiful dogs. And I think it's sort of like a historical fact that he had these dogs. Mel Gibson takes them and befriends them. He saves them. It's just, and he brings them back to Cornwallis, and they don't want to leave Mel Gibson's character. And as Mel Gibson's leaving the fort, he whistles, and the dog just runs away from Cornwallis. It's a great movie. Y'all need to watch. Heath Ledger's in it. It's one of his early roles. before he died. And it was a really fun Civil War movie.
Yeah, if you want to see a guy go crazy and hack up a bunch of British, oh, is that you talking about Civil War or the
Revolutionary War? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, okay.
It is.
If you want to see somebody go crazy and hack up British soldiers for about 15 minutes straight, that's your movie too.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, I've after a while, you're like, damn, how long are they gonna let this go on? I mean, seriously, that scene seemed like it took forever, didn't it? It's like he was just hacking away. He had the same hatchet, hack.
He killed an entire group. It was like
super soldier.
Him and his 2 sons killed an entire group of British soldiers. And what he was doing, because he fought in the French and Indian War, so he knew how to fight like an Indian. He would run, he'd shoot, drop his gun, run, shoot again with a. I said before he passed. What was that?
It's a joke.
Oh, shut up. It is 3 a.m, almost. It's got to be what, 2, 3? 1:30. Wow, my clock is off. I have had a shitty day, crazy.
It's only 12:30. What are you talking about?
I am in God's time, Central Time. Thank you very much. But it's one of Mel Gibson's best movies before he went batshit crazy. And it's like instead of the swamp fox, he's called the ghost because he'd kill and disappear and just appear somewhere else. And they're like, there's one scene where he meets up with like an old friend, and he's like, because one thing he carried was an Apache tomahawk. That's what he's. I know short order. I know, I'm slow. And because that's what he was using to just hack up those British soldiers was an Apache tomahawk. And his friend's like, I heard someone using an Apache tomahawk it's just going around butchering British soldiers. And Mel gets looking and is like, aren't you too old for ghost stories? And that's where he got his name from, the ghost.
I'm going to have to disagree with both of you. Being in the mountains, I'm so much closer to him. Just saying.
You know, all that thin air getting to you. But I love those historical movies, TV shows. That's other than sci-fi. That's what I usually watch.
I mean, when you're that short and you live so close to the water, at sea level.
Well, that's why I took swimming lessons. I would love to go up to the mountains just on a vacation. I've lived by the beach all my life. I don't see the appeal.
If you ever decide you want to come up this way, you let me know. Come hang out up here.
It's like I used to work at a grocery store in spring break. This guy comes in. He's a typical college student on spring break. He's like, dude, you live here? Typical surfer voice, dude. You must party all the time, dude. I just looked at him like, really? I said, you see what I'm doing right now as I'm ringing up his groceries? He's like, yeah, dude. I said, this is what I do all the time. I mean,
and I love y'all for it. Thank you so much.
Go support him.
I grew up at the beach, Virginia Beach.
Yes, I agree with Starlight Down. I agree with her, them, completely. Leave short people alone.
No, just you, nerd. I don't pick on anybody but you.
Of course you don't. Well, I get that a lot. The group on these channels. Kidding. Starlight, do you represent the Lollipop Guild? Is that what you're saying?
I think short girls are great.
I had a friend who's 4'9", could not get her little person card because her limbs were proportionate to her body. So she was not a little person. What is that tapping? What? We get no respect as
I
Rodney
don't know
Danger.
what you're talking about.
Sure.
My microphone is off, so whatever the tapping was didn't come from me.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
See, look at all the short people in the room. Barbara Vance says that she's only 5'2".
See,
Oh, that's a great height.
I'm like
Right?
5'4", 5'5", depending on the time of day.
The time of day.
Yeah, no. As the day goes by, it beats me down.
Look at that.
Oh, I thought it was you were going to identify as an inch or two tall.
5 foot, 5'3", and still, I'm not going to pick on anybody but Outpost Nerd.
Yeah.
Look at that. Debbie says she's about the same height as you there. Look at that, 5'6".
My niece is 8 years old, and she comes up to my shoulder.
Look at that, 5'5". Ish. That's, I'm 6 foot right on the button. So.
But we were talking. Me and Koolfrogg were talking about this before stream. The American average in height is 5'6" for a male.
That's going down.
Yeah, I thought it was like 5'7", 5'8" a few years ago.
Look at that, 5'5", 5'5".
Okay, thank you, Koolfrogg.
You're in. Oh my lord! Look at that one. Barton says her mom's only 4'10".
I had a high school band director, and yes, I was in band and loved every single minute of it.
That's about perfect 4'10".
He would
6 foot
play
tall.
this joke on certain people. Like for me, my two friends who played the same instrument to me were like, one she was like 6'6", and the other guy was like 6'2". He put me right between them on the marching field, and my mom tells a cousin, she says, "Look for the short, fat one between the two tall, skinny ones, and that's our boy." I'm like, "Thanks, mother dearest." Oh,
Actually, Nicholas, you're about average on that.
let's see.
Look at that. Doctor says her son will be about 6'8". Dang. Doctors told me that my daughter would be 6'2". She's gonna be a tall little girl. That's for sure.
Yeah, the average over in Nick's neck of the woods is like 5'9". Wow.
Dang.
That's what they invented ladders for. That's all I got to say.
Uncle was 5'11", and his wife was 4'9".
There's a comedian who's a little person who has the funniest story about it. He's got a friend who,
Jason Statham.
Brad Williams, the comedian.
Oh, dude, I think I've seen him, man. He's hilarious. Was he the one? He was telling a story about like people mistake him for the guy from Jackass.
Yeah, from
okay, that guy's hilarious. That guy's hilarious.
He said he's got a friend who's like a head shorter than him. Kevin Hart is my size. He's not short. He's just always around a fucking giant with the Rock. Well, anyone would be short around the Rock. Come on.
I knew a dwarf. I was good friends with a dwarf one time. I met him in college. He was in college. He was like a brother in college, right? Mm-hmm. And after college, he came to visit us in Atlanta for an LP for a Little Persons of America conference, right? And it was in Buckhead, back when Buckhead used to be like Buckhead, and it was so we went down there with him because he like at the time he had some problem where like his skull was kind of just like floating on his spine, so he had to be really careful. So we took him to it, and helped him up the stairs and all other stuff. And then so partied the whole night with a whole room full of dwarfs. And like because we were his friends and we were like normal size, he became the cool guy. So it was hilarious, man. You wouldn't believe the kind of stuff I saw that night. I mean, over the top, hilarious stuff, and just like he was going nuts. Couldn't believe it.
Brad Williams has this bit. He's like, I don't care about. He's like, I don't like his girlfriend. His wife is normal, so he'll say like, my wife is normal size. It's like the only time I've ever disagreed with like a couple was he said I have a friend that's like a head shorter than me, like comes up to his shoulders, and is married to a like 6'6", 300-pound black man. And he's like, the audience always reacts, and he's like, I know. He says, I don't care how religious you are. I just said that, and your first thought was, I want to see them fuck. He has such amazing stories. He's one of my favorite comedians. But yeah, he did Mind of Mencia, and everyone. There's one scene where he comes out on stage, and he's like, I am not Wee Man, and just walks off. But he's really funny. Y'all are killing me with these dead silences.
Check that out, nerd.
The
You got yourself up to
silence
34 subscribers.
deadly.
Oh, I'll check that out. Check it out.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Glad I could help you.
I need to start actually making videos.
Yeah, you do. If you don't produce something eventually, that's where your subscribers will be like, oh, they're not doing anything. Never mind.
Shit has been crazy the past few months.
Right? You even told me that you were going to try doing something like Wednesday or Thursday. Did you do that?
No, I just things
All
have
that
gone.
chasing after vampire girls really takes
I will
a lot
cut
of time.
you, Shirts. I will cut you. I knew that was eventually going to come up. I knew it. And I don't. This and the 8 imaginary kids I have.
Hey, I didn't bring that up.
I don't know. All this is because I shared a story of almost becoming a dad a couple of years ago.
Just came up just a little short.
It's not something I joke around about because that situation almost got me. That was almost too much, you know.
Yeah, we don't have to go there. It's okay.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
We can shy away from it. Stay on the short end.
I just want to say, I'm just going to say this: losing a kid is something that even the toughest man needs to talk about. You're going to need, if you ever experience that, I don't care if you're a Marine drill sergeant, you're going to need help.
Hey, let's answer this honest question. Should I make a YouTube channel? Everybody has something that they're good at. That's the problem, is finding something that you're good at and being able to create content from it over and over and over again on a daily basis. And
all
that's
this useless
where
information I have is what
the conversations that I have with AmericaShirts on a regular basis about politics and news creates our content for us, because that's all we do. That's all we know. We don't know anything else. Well,
That's right.
So as far as that goes, yes, absolutely. Do it. Do you.
Yeah.
Do. And don't start off with some chintzy little, just, some crappy laptop or just your phone or whatever. Get yourself a halfway decent setup, so that way as you're growing, you're not us and sitting there being like, oh crap. I mean, if you don't have the means.
No, sir, don't want to do that.
I'm just saying, but
when I first started, I had
don't grow with yourself. Give yourself a little bit of space to grow into.
I'm using like an old Lenovo laptop, which is good, but I also have it hooked up to like a really nice Dell monitor. So I have 2 monitors that I'm using. And realize this: if you start a YouTube channel, your first few videos, they're gonna suck.
Oh yeah, everybody's first couple videos suck.
And
Yeah, definitely.
don't go around saying,
Unless
oh,
you're like me and you get it tanked off the first, whatever. You get your first warning from your very first episode.
okay, my first video.
Well, that
I
was
did,
also
my
my
first
pleasure to
live
partake
stream
in.
I did. In the middle of it, my mom comes over and she's being loud. You can hear her. I forgot to mute myself because I go and I'm like, Mom, shut up, be quiet. People can hear you. It's gonna be a learning curve. But don't let people like dissuade you, because you realize it's like this. Michael Jordan one time probably he couldn't play basketball. He had to learn, and he became one of the best players in history.
Here you go. So Joe
All-
47771 says, "Why create content?" Well, because if you're on YouTube and you're not just a viewer and you actually want to create something, no matter what you're creating is basically considered content. Even like tonight's episode is considered content.
And
so
I would also
why
say,
create it? Because why not?
Yeah, it's fun. It takes away power from these, like we were talking about earlier, these woke corporations who just want to brainwash people. It takes away their ability to do so.
Right?
and I would
Like,
You're
I think
here,
like-
you're watching us. So yeah, obviously
I
it's
think of it this
something.
way. I'm reminded about in Harry Potter and the Order of the Sphinx, because I'm not called nerd for nothing. When Harry's teaching all the other students how to do the Patronus charm, which he's told when he learns it in the third movie, he's told
Yes.
that is a absurdly hard spell to learn. But then he's teaching kids as young as 12 years old by the Order of the Phoenix. He's teaching 11, 12, 13-year-old kids how to do it. He says, remember, he's like, don't get discouraged, because remember, every great wizard was once like us.
Good night, Susie. Have a wonderful night. Sleep well.
Night,
No,
Susie. And that's to me, it's always a line that stuck. Every great, powerful wizard in Harry Potter was once a student. So why do you get discouraged?
when I left you,
Yeah.
I was but the learner. Now I am the master.
You could have a product, an idea, or a cause. Depends on what you feel like you have to contribute in what way, and or how you want to approach it. Whether you want to make it a business or whether you want to make it a vehicle. So
And ignore the
just find what
comments.
inspires you.
And I would also
Do
say,
it.
try also, if you're depending on what content you're going to do. He also said in the comments, like Susan kind of hates me or whatever. If it sounds like that, try doing Rumble as well, and then see what gets better.
Multi-stream. Have your
Dude,
stream.
Rumble is hard to get views on, man. I put every video I have on here over there, and it's a world of difference, man. Like
Sure
my
is.
best video did like 50 over there, and it did like almost 400,000 over here. So it's like it's really hard to
You got to realize
to find friends.
YouTube has the audience. Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
no doubt. You were talking about equipment earlier. I actually had my whole setup put together by the time I actually started the channel. Just when I first started thinking about it, I kind of started upgrading things and kind of thinking of getting that mindset of like, I could do this. Maybe I'm going to do this. But also, I built a gaming computer, and that's also like a streaming kind of computer.
mhm.
And I had it like a long time before I even started the channel. I just kind
And
of
don't expect money to roll in.
Yeah.
It's
Those
not
days-
going to come
if you're thinking
fast.
about it, you can start like
those
collecting
days
things here
of
and there.
millionaire YouTubers starting out like Ninja or any of those guys, those are done. Those are gone. These are guys who got on it 07, 08, when YouTube was at the ground level. Those days are done.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I say is like YouTube doesn't necessarily like small creators unless they're going to be something bigger that are going to help push the mega corporations. And so diversifying yourself, and he already stated, or she, whoever, already stated that, Susan doesn't like them. If you want to try to put something out and you think that, you might reach more people through another vector,
Mhm.
perhaps try diversifying yourself and not putting all of your eggs into one basket.
Perfect example of that is Ricada. Ricada, when
Right.
he's doing a stream on YouTube, it's on Locals as well and Rumble. And Locals, I think he's like,
And Odyssey.
yeah, Odyssey. He doesn't. I think like when
He
he
still
just
runs it over there.
he got a 7-day ban that lasted for 10 days. He was on he did Locals
know.
while he was
I'm waiting for that day that he actually comes back and starts up again. Because
well he did a stream a couple of nights ago
this show is created at the same time, so
and he's one of the biggest law YouTubers on the platform on YouTube. But he gets less than half the views of say Law and Crime because they're paying for their opportunity. When you go on YouTube and say Heard versus Depp, who are the first 2 or 3 pages? Law and Crime. You'll be lucky to find Ricada in probably the top 50, but he killed it in viewers like during his Depp trial. But
the Rittenhouse is where he really
the
took off.
Rittenhouse is where he
Yeah.
really seriously.
no, actually,
started.
he's had about 3 stages. I found him because of the Vic Mignogna case.
Sure.
I don't know if y'all know who Vic Mignogna is.
Yeah.
I came into that just after he got done doing
I've
it.
made videos about him. He's in my latest video, and and then I made an Unbreaded video. So if you like listen to Unbreaded, I made it's called Tom Needs, and it's just him reading Unbreaded, but it's like done in a musical way.
Barbara,
Apparently,
that's
a succulent
iffy
Chinese
top.
meal is unbreaded.
That's an iffy top. You got to be careful, Barbara, with that. She wants to do videos for beginning women shooters.
Oh God, no! Don't do that on YouTube. You won't get
I don't think you can show shooting on.
I'd probably not on YouTube.
What? Really?
I don't think.
I mean, I think you have to be
pretty sure
some
I've
like
seen people
trained
guns.
person.
Yeah,
show your
Gene. The thing is,
certifications,
hold on.
da-da-da-da-da-da,
Here,
the
check
whole
this. Gene says, "Yeah, speak for yourself, Rob. Rob from Law and Lumber took 1 million views in his first video and got over 100,000 subs in the first 2 weeks. Yeah,
Yes,
you have to
Yeah.
also think of who he
Depp
was
versus
actually
Heard.
around.
Exactly.
He didn't do it by himself. He had plenty of people that he actually jumped on their shows and picked up all their subs.
Yeah.
It wasn't something that he grew organically.
He got in with the
Well,
Growing a channel organically. I've been doing this for 8 months. I just picked up another sub tonight. Thank you very much. I'm sitting at 355. Exactly. That the organic side of it really takes a long time to grow. You really need to create these little clips, these little things, join somebody else's show, do all these other random things or whatever that actually gather not non-organic subscribers. So I mean, like, you can have thousands and thousands of subscribers. And just I'm going to use you for instance. I was watching Winning Reality earlier. I was one of 5 people watching his live stream. He has almost 4,000 subscribers. That's the difference.
9 away from 4,000.
9 away.
But,
Look at that.
9 away.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, keep it going. Nine more of you. Go hit him up. Get him to his 4K. That'd be awesome. He deserves it.
I
He
spun
actually
this one
spends
kinda like out of the blue.
plenty of time doing this. How long have you been doing this? You said.
Started like I think 3 months ago. I just started live streaming like last week.
Nice.
A couple points there.
The largest YouTuber is PewDiePie, or whatever. How did that? And he has. It's coming up.
Peppy, what'd you have to say?
Oh, I was just gonna make 111 there.
Nerd.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. And yeah, Ishkade just said this. A big part of what helped Rob a lot was making that bed video. And like, I remember they were talking, he was visiting somebody's live stream and they were like telling him to get off the live stream and go make the video because it was at the prime moment for that to go viral with all the TikTokers and everybody covering the trial. So there is a small, he not only got the combined, sort of writing in with all the other YouTubers, but also if you have that prime moment where you recognize that a video you could make would go viral if you've got this prime video that there's a prime reception for it. He sort of got the best of both of those worlds. And then also about the gun videos, I've made gun videos. You can shoot on YouTube in a edited and uploaded video. You just can't handle them or show them in a live stream. So
I think that I heard that. Yeah, that makes sense.
That'll get you. The computer, as soon as the AI recognizes the gun on the stream, is just going to shut the whole thing down. And that is, as far as I can tell, that's mostly to avoid self-deletion on stream, basically, which sort of makes sense. They just, as soon as the computer recognizes the shape of the gun, it's going to just cut the feed so that can't happen, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the only caution there is obviously anytime you make a video about like gun advice for the same reason as financial or law advice, you want to be very careful that you're just sharing your understanding. You're not offering, you want to do your regular disclaimers and stuff. But if you're talking about your experience of carrying a gun as a woman or things like that, or just your understandings, just to spread, sort of that basic understanding of it, then that's should be totally fine.
Yeah. Nick has had I'd say 3 major events that really bumped him up subscriber wise. Vic, Kyle, and Depp. Those were the 3. And you got to realize too, a lot of law tubers, they started by coming on the Nick's channel and then going on doing their own thing.
Oh yeah, most definitely. But he had a life before that, where he was kind of would do in Dirtiest Growth period, I guess, before that, where he would do different panels with different people. That's where he ran into all these other guys. They had stories about like Ralph and those guys.
Yeah, that was
Greer. He had that Greer thing going on. He picked people up.
That was, I think, wasn't that his first case, and that was only maybe a year before Vic. I don't know. I didn't watch him back then.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, he just got. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. I was just saying that I joined him somewhere between Vic and Kyle. So.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys are friends of his. Like Ty Beard is his uncle's best friend, and through the Vic case, they became great friends. And he hasn't been on in a while, but Ty would come on all the time, and he was Vic's attorney.
Okay.
And but Nick has just a way of just. He'd insult you, but that sucks, Divinity.
That's where
Nick
I
is a
say
very special talent.
all these people that are considered what they call law tube all grew off of Nick Rekieta.
And
that's where they all came from. The only one that I really care for that actually came out of all that is Good Logic. The rest of them,
sometimes,
yeah.
I don't like.
I like Legal Mindset, but I actually started watching Viva first.
I get what you're saying with the Legal Mindset. Yeah, he's pretty cool. AmericaShirts will tell you that everything you need to know about Viva Fry. He pretty much watches them on
Viva.
Yeah, I started watching Viva before he even got into any of this. I started watching his vlogs early on because I thought I thought he was very intelligent and had good things to say, and it was very entertaining. And then I watched him kind of start to go down that road. I was like, I think he's gonna kind of start to realize things here real quick just because of.
And now
what I'm seeing here,
he's exploded.
Now, he's
I will listen to Viva Fry.
Well, dude, he did an interview with Mark Sargent, who's a flat earther, right? And I've been doing a lot of like kind of I like research like mind control and stuff. And one of the things that I've looked into is this effect that gets people looped into this flat Earth theory thing, right? And how it works. And I've pretty much have figured out how what the main ingredient is and how they get away with kind of fooling these people into believing this, and kind of they change personalities almost, you know. But he had this guy on. He's gone on with all kinds of people. He usually like causes a ruckus. He doesn't debate well at all. He kind of starts throwing out the fallacies and whatnot. Viva had him under control the entire interview. Now, you've never seen anybody handle a flat earther better than that man. I was like, that's an incredible talent, man. To be able to demand the respect, but also get the questions answered and put him in his place when he needed to without any kind of, lashback. It was crazy. But it was like, he was definitely on his way. They needed the Alex Jones deposition, which really kind of launched him into that sphere of kind of looking into things. So I think that's when we met Barnes, and everything kind of went from there. Now he's their first Canadian political refugee.
Yeah, I love it that Nick.
But Viva and Barnes can't be trusted with making, justifiable positions on the Alex Jones trial, because Barnes puts his money where his mouth is and believes that Alex Jones did nothing wrong in the majority of the capacity of what he was talking about. And so Barnes actually went to help defend him, and Barnes has been with Alex Jones, and in fact he substituted for Alex Jones, which they then used in the trial itself. But according to other individuals that float around in the sort of law tube sphere, Barnes cannot be trusted because he's friendly with Alex Jones, and therefore
he cannot be trusted. Straight out. They said straight out that he's supposed to be biased. That was Nate, the lawyer, saying that. He said, yeah, that's his job. Him and on civil law said that. They were saying that's his job. That's what he's supposed to be. You're supposed to be an advocate for your client, and that they recognize that and they respect that quality in him. As far as him saying that Alex Jones didn't do anything wrong, he's never said that. He says he did make huge mistakes, and obviously, it's pretty obvious that he did it. So he just, he's arguing about how he's being treated. He's arguing about, the justice in this trial and the way that's been going.
Well, he defends him in that the main accusation is that Alex Jones said that, X amount of, what's did not perish in so-called event.
That was, that's not a direct quote, but in a sense.
And that's his position of that's not correct. He didn't say that.
Well, yeah, I think that's what he's trying to be.
If my lawyer didn't go out and defend me, his ass would be fired. Did y'all know Barnes actually was on the Kyle Rittenhouse team for a while?
Yeah.
Yeah, up front.
Yeah. And then he got drummed out by...
But he can't be trusted because...
Well, he was warning about Lynn Wood. Like, he was warning about Lynn Wood. And Lynn Wood had, gathered a bunch of money. And that became an issue.
So. Stop it. Kurt is I can't stand Kurt. Actually,
I thought he was all right at first until I realized what he was all about. And then it's like,
after what he did,
never mind.
Fair and Balanced and Divinity, all this shit, and Madcore. Fuck him. Uncivil Gunt is what I call him.
Yep.
And the lawyers of the Alex Jones trial, when they were done, they went outside, they had a media interview, and these people are so rabid and batshit crazy, and they're out there saying that that Alex Jones is going to be over, he's dead, his whole thing is dead and gone, and that we're going to cut up his dead corpse. Oh, that's
that was a plaintiff's lawyer said that.
That was the plaintiff's lawyers.
That guy is crazy. Yeah.
Hey, these people are insane. These people are literally crazy. They're literally batshit. And the judge is a flaming, blue-haired, libtard freakazoid. Like,
I was talking tonight about.
He has so much ground for appeals.
All of those people need to be imprisoned for the rest of their god-be-damned lives. I'm done with it. They don't need to be walking on the streets, as far as I'm concerned. Done. I'm done with this crap. This is an utter abuse for the rest of your live long days. You get to eat slop on a tray in a jail cell. Done. I'm done with this crap.
Mm-hmm.
Total travesty. Absolutely insane.
I was saying that, the way that it turned out, right? By the end of it, everybody was asking the same question, like, what were the damages amounts that he actually caused, and how do you prove that what he said caused it? And then the amount that came out to, was obviously intended to destroy him because they know how much money he has.
They literally
right?
said that in the closing arguments. They said, "We want you to destroy Alex Jones." Like literal quote. We want
this
you
is supposed
to
to be about the
destroy him
parents
and anyone else. Make him an
It's
example. And they just
supposed
say
to
it
be
all.
about the parents and their trauma, and it's
And then
supposed to be about them and
parents
this.
literally walk up to Alex Jones, hand him a bottle, and want to talk to him. And Alex Jones actually offers them a free pass to his show anytime.
Well, I mean,
and then the lawyers of their lawyers drag them away. It's the most insane shit.
Yeah, that was another part of it. So it seems like the lawyers are like, I'm wondering how they're strong arming the parents into going through with this, because the parents don't seem like they got people that would be money hungry and just want to come out of this like, okay, yeah, we totally destroyed this man. He's already apologized to us. He's already admitted he's wrong. He's already admitted his failures. And he's not a bad guy. It's just maybe he's a little disturbed. Maybe we don't understand him, but at the end of the day,
Crackman, I think. I think that's you.
At the end of the day, we don't want to destroy him because that doesn't bring our kid back and it doesn't make things better.
Yes, they do. They want to destroy that's the difference between the left and the right. The right just wants to live.
Well, he's talking about the literal parents that were there.
Yeah, and they represent all the parents too. It's like it's a class action, right? It's not just those two people. Is it more than them? Are they getting $50 million just for the two of them?
It's just the like one family, the way I took it.
They keep saying the Sandy Hook families. So I don't know why they would say that if they were just referring to.
Well, there's FBI people up in Connecticut that are prosecuting him because he was alleging that they were involved in something or another.
Okay.
So that's who's up in Connecticut now, and then that's down in Texas where he is because that's where Alex Jones is.
Well, why wasn't?
They're not going to look very good coming out of this. All the sympathy all the sympathy they had is like going to be gone. It's like it's going to change. And I tell you, it's even people that are kind of like around them probably will act differently because of that. They got all this money out of it. They're not going to be looked at the same way. I don't know if they realize that or not, but it's a shame. But that's just the way money works. And when you get that much money in that fashion, in a very unfair way, that was he did the wrong thing, but look at what happened to our justice system as a result, and for the establishment to burn this one dude to the ground.
Well, he did nothing wrong legally at all. He it was an opinion, and he apologized for the opinion.
He said He said the guy who gave him that information, the source that he got this information from, has given him information on past events and was never wrong before this.
Well, here's the other thing. Like, obviously, yeah, sure, emotional damages, but a huge chunk of the depth draw that we all just went through was them trying to ascertain damages.
Yeah, exactly. There was no. I mean, again, that's the question.
Yeah, have any of these people? I mean, are they? Unless they're arguing that they've, lost gigs as what he's accused them of being. I won't repeat the words because I don't know if that's getting flagged, but we all know what he called them. Unless they're saying that they've been called out as that.
He never said that directly. That should be stated.
But even then, even if he said, name them each by name and said these people are actors of that kind, what job in the world? I mean, that's not a damaging claim. You don't go to get a job at a grocery store or a car dealership or at SpaceX and they go, yeah, well, I see that Alex Jones once called you this, so I don't know, and emotional damages, sure, like let's figure out what the most expensive emotional counselor is in that person's state and pay for 4 years of that, but it's not going to amount to $50 million.
No, and that's the thing. And Texas has a limitation on that. And Barnes was talking about that as well, where there's a limitation on how much can actually be charged for something of this nature. And this is way, way over anything. I think he said it was only
Dude.
like 2.5 or 3 million for each.
Good night. Sleep well.
Hmm.
So,
I hope you
So,
drink that.
so
oh,
If it-
later killed.
later.
Sleep that off.
Do y'all realize that they
If they don't think they're going to get this money though, if they know that that's the way it works there, then what's the point of making it that high, right? So now it becomes optics, but for what? And so if it's not.
To scare everybody else. I mean, they said it in the closing statement. This is an example. Like no one else will be able to do this.
It's almost like a gloat, though.
It
It's
is
a gloat, definitely. It's
Well, it absolutely is. I mean,
because they've
even
gotten
if,
away with it this much. What the hell?
and yeah, exactly. And it's obviously, if one of us were to say those things in a vacuum, if Alex Jones had never said that, nobody would have noticed, nobody would have cared. And even if let's say that a politically neutral celebrity said those things, and the people actually tried to sue them for defamation and brought them to court and all that, it would definitely mean we just can't you can't argue against the fact that,
dude, the mainstream media do this all the time. Yeah.
Well,
the
and
mainstream
it's
media
Alex
do this
Jones.
all the time. Well, yeah,
I mean,
of course, he's
yeah.
the enemy of the establishment.
He's the prime enemy. I mean, I'd
calling
argue,
him
I
out,
think you'd have
embarrassing him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Totally.
I think you'd have a hard time finding, aside from Trump, and even more so than Snowden or what's his name. He's enemy number one of every side of the establishment. I mean, there's nobody, people on
Julian
both
Assange?
sides
Yeah.
of the political.
No, I totally agree.
Assange,
I
yeah.
totally agree.
Assange,
Do y'all know
yeah, I mean,
that the parents of the Parkland shooting victims took the cop to court, the one who didn't run in, who was caught on camera hiding behind barriers to court because for dereliction of duty. Do you know what the court ruled? This is a Florida Supreme Court. They ruled that cop he didn't have to go in.
Right.
So you're telling me, you've just told me, Mr. and Mrs. Judge, that the cops who are supposed to protect and to serve can just turn around and walk away if they want.
They said that they didn't have.
That's
they
another
didn't
one.
Have,
Steve Bannon.
they said they didn't have to risk their lives. That's what it was.
Well, then why you're in the wrong job for that, Sonny Jim?
They
I
argued that
agree
it's protected. I just serve the community, but that's what they're saying. I'm not taking their side. I'm trying to remember. I think that's what the excuse
Yeah,
was.
I think I you put it more eloquently than I did.
Yeah.
But this judge during the Alex Jones trial she ruled him guilty when he couldn't give her what she wanted, paper like records that he wanted. He physically couldn't get them. I don't know.
Shirts, you got that clip with Rogan in it?
Yeah, that's where.
Oh, you mean?
I love that clip. It's so funny. I watched it a couple times again today.
Oh God, it's just fantastic. Here, let me
It's so funny.
put it up on a. Whoops.
Yeah, that's where I heard that.
if I could real quick, just to maybe bring
that's
some
good.
clarity to the topic, because Ouroboros and Toybox are bringing up a point that I don't disagree with in the chat. They're saying free speech has its repercussions. Just because you can say everything you want doesn't mean that there are no consequences to what you say. And Ouroboros was sort of saying something similar.
That's true.
That is true, definitely. But sort of what I think we're all getting to is that, yes, what he said was hurtful and harmful, but by the letter of the law, I mean, you know,
No, I hear you.
I mean, we all keep saying
Well,
that,
they
like,
didn't
he did
prove
whatever
that.
and it harmed. How does it harm it? I mean, we haven't even proved it in court. I mean, that's what the court's for. It's to prove this stuff to be true. I mean, that's why you take it to court. Like, it's the whole process.
And we all know
And
the
that's-
technicality and what he actually.
And that's what I'm
how he
getting
actually
at. I'm saying, you know, to shake hands on from the two perspectives on the thing. Let's steelman the argument that he basically told, you know, let's put him right in front of these parents and say, you don't have a kid who died in this thing. You know, let's imagine that they are real mourning parents and all this. I mean, that's a pretty you're sitting there and seeing this person with a large platform, and believe me, I'm fully of the crowd that there is no harm that can come from speech. I even am of the opinion that a person actually calling for violence in the specific way that we allow to be legally prosecuted, I don't think that should be prosecuted, because even then, maybe under just the only circumstance where you're the leader of the mob and they have the person, strung up on a pile of wood, and they're waiting on your word to kill the person, then sure. In that case, when you say burn the witch, you're the person who's actually getting them to do it. Yeah, they probably would have done it anyways, but I'm just saying we do have a system set up where if you prove that you said this thing that they're alleging that caused this harm, and you prove the harm, then they can sue you. And given those circumstances, I can see you can make that argument. But what we're saying, even in those circumstances where you've proven the harm and the damages caused and all that stuff, only with Alex Jones does it get to be this, and maybe Trump. There almost nobody else in the world who, in these exact circumstances, it reaches this crescendo, it reaches this kind of trial. We're seeing it happen, with the January 6th thing, and with this, it is a show trial. It is something that you wouldn't have with just Derek Chauvin. Various of these things where, and I'm not saying that both sides wouldn't do this, but there is that idea of freedom of speech where you have the freedom to say what you want. I mean, like I said, they're under that definition. They're where does the harm come from? Me personally, I grew up as the bullied person. There's almost nothing a person can do to hurt my feelings or to because I don't let it. That is purely internal. The last place that a person has.
I'm not even taking that perspective. He literally never mentioned anyone's name, and he went and sort of beat around the bush about things in his head. And then like 15 minutes later, he'll come back on the air and basically say, I really don't know what went on, right? It's a back and forth thing. It's an opinion show. Sure. It's a radio show for 3 hours long. And they just keep clipping out these little segments, and that's all anybody ever sees.
Probably not.
I mean, this is total sham. This is total sham. I mean, I'm not caving on this at all. And this is total sham.
Obviously, you can see where the bias is. Obviously, Shirts is very, very much for Alex Jones getting
because it's right
what he deserves. The rights that he actually has were actually taken from him improperly.
You have
because
the right
they said something wasn't filed properly.
And about other people
takes and ruins the whole thing. So, real quick, play that clip.
One of the things you've been talking about on your show is your allegation that government officials are aiding in pedophilia, child trafficking, and the grooming of children, right?
Well, you mean like what Jeffrey Epstein did with the Clintons?
Yeah.
One of the best clips that came out of that. That was so awesome.
Let me say something. Divinity, it does not matter if it's Alex Jones or someone else. He said something. Fine. People didn't like it. That does not mean it's right to take him to court for this when he's giving his opinion. I don't like Alex Jones all that much. I think he's a crackpot conspiracy theorist.
Right, and I have said before, and when I was, here last week, I got started, not by Alex Jones, but, the people who got me into the things, conspiracy theories and awareness of the systems that made me want to prep. They got me into Alex Jones.
Let me say something. Mm-hmm. Brian, so what if he pushed the narrative? MSNBC pushes a narrative that's a lie all the time.
Well,
that doesn't mean it's wrong. That doesn't mean you take him to court.
So,
they're media. They're in the media.
I was in the Olympics. When the Olympics came to Atlanta, right? I was like right where that bomb went off, I was there like 20 minutes before that bomb went off, right? And leading up to the Olympics, they were having all kinds of news and stuff about it on the local news, kind of telling people what's going to go on and so on. And they kept bringing up their worry about a bomb. They kept bringing it up over and over again. And I remember back then going, dude, shut the hell up, man. You're giving people ideas, And sure enough, sure as hell happened, man. I was almost like right on top of it. It was nuts. And like where the scaffolding was, we were down there to watch Steel Pulse, but Black Uhuru played instead. So as soon as that was over, we were like, hey, let's get out of here. And I was there with like all my friends,
She's talking to
their
me,
new
Jay.
kid, and all that stuff. So that was that there you go right there. There was a time where they talked about something and someone picked up on it and actually did something, And they do that all the time, and they don't have to be accountable for it. But they blow this out of the water because Alex Jones has embarrassed them a bunch of times. He's dropped a bunch of names and secrets. He's gotten people out of their trances. In the early days of his show, it was much more, down the line. He was much better at what he was doing. And he got, in that day and age, he got really overrun, like he got really big. And he got so big he couldn't really handle it. And, at that point, you're delegating a lot of things to people, a lot of things. And
I'm interested in one person that's sitting in my chat right now. So at one point in time, Joe 47771 decided to say something about I could talk every single one of these guys under the table. I say, fun, bring it, brother. I want to hear it. I'm not talking about against me or anything because we don't debate. We don't do that stuff around here. We can talk all we want. I'll catch you a Discord link somehow, some way. Get a hold of me, and we'll get you that link. We'll get you a link to get in here, and we'll get you some way to actually join our show. That's what I'm saying. You can come join us. I have nothing against anybody wanting to say or needing to say anything. I think it's great that the conversation is had. So yes, absolutely. You want to talk about it? Let's do it. Let's go.
To answer Tweety, I started getting into Alex Jones and watching his documentaries in, I'd say, around 2010, 2011.
He's
so
been
maybe
doing
I was
this
a
for
little
a long time.
He was around long before that too.
There's like a video of him in like his 20s going around. I think his town in Texas, like uncovering stuff like this.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, all the stuff that came out, the ESOC and all that, the rest of it, it was that was kind of like the.
All right. I don't want
on
10 people clicking on this. I'm going to send a stream link out there for Joe. This is for Joe alone. You want to come in?
He got overrun.
Let's go.
People and too much.
Let's go.
Too much.
But
you cut your camera when you get in here. You say is a little dot like the rest of us.
Oh, did he? He broke into Bohemian Grove. That's funny.
Oh yeah, that was sort of one of the things that got him really big was doing sort of behind the scenes footage. But it's what Divinity said a few minutes ago. It's we're not standing for Alex Jones. I mean, I've got sentimentality for him, but there's a good reason that I stopped watching him years ago.
I don't know what Divinity. What are you talking about?
What?
Yeah, I don't think that one mistake. Like I actually know a lot about this from kind of the inside, another portion of this series. I mean, what was going on during this narrative, and like what was happening as far as where the propaganda and stuff and the ideas that people were getting and calling in with were coming from it, and it's a different source than what you would think. I actually talked about that on my first stream, but. We found out that there was these different groups. This is the day of Facebook and Facebook groups, and I was part of this activist group that was basically part of the Ron Paul movement, and we were basically out there cleaning up disinformation and debunking stuff and trying to kind of keep people credible, kind of fitting sources, because at that time, when you came out of like not believing the media anymore, you just walked into this wild world of all this different stuff you'd never seen before, and all these different theories and all these different people talking. You don't know who's who, and you kind of get lost in that shuffle, man. Back
Cut your camera.
that time, people would came out of like not believing media anymore. But I did talk about that, and dude, some of the stuff that went on, some of the battles we had against the people that were pushing the propaganda out. There were some seriously organized people and some seriously seedy people, and I'm thinking that there's a connection between them, and they were basically hired to put this propaganda out to kind of set him up with this information. Though, he was at a spot where he's really vulnerable, as I was trying to say earlier. He had some problems going on personally, had marriage problems going on personally. He was ripe for the picking. So it was the perfect time to hit him with something. This crisis actor, dude, what is that noise? That's really annoying. I was like, I thought it was stopping. It just kept
That's
going.
Joe. Joe, come in here real quick. Now, I'm going to ask you again, cut your camera for me so you're not just a big black box. Down below, you hit the camera, and, it'll turn it off for you, and it'll give you a circle, give you a little dot, so you're equal like the rest of us. I turned on your mic. There you go. I turned on your mic for a minute because you had a lot of feed. You have to turn off your YouTube side and just listen to us through this side. I'll turn you back up. Everybody say hello. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Joe.
Joe, say something back. Okay.
Hello, Pete.
You gotta. Oh, there you are. There you are. Awesome. Good to see you. How's it going today?
Very good to be with you.
Awesome. So you were saying something about you could talk us all under the table and whatnot. What do you? What's going on? What's your opinion? What's your thoughts? Because obviously, what we were talking about is.
What were you talking about before?
Was it during the Alex Jones trial stuff?
I believe it was during the Alex Jones stuff that he pretty much just chimed in and said, "Oh, I could talk about anything, talk around all these guys," which is awesome. I love it. Give us your thoughts, your opinions on it.
Yes, we all have our opinions, and
we're all. That's why we're here.
Yes, I appreciate that.
What's your opinion?
Well, I believe Alex Jones deserves exactly what he got. He was delivered a serious penalty for speaking as he did.
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess I'm curious where the line is and what the, I mean, well, for one thing, I'm assuming, like I said, I'm steel manning.
The line is $50 million.
No, what I mean, so at what point is a person not allowed to speak? I mean, what I can't believe I'm forgetting this guy's name right now.
Free speech. Listen, I love free
speech. Well, no,
speech.
it is. I mean, I can sit here and say that you fucked your mother. And that might cause you, maybe she's dead and that might hurt you, but you can't defame, you can't sue me over that. So at what point, I guess I did hurt his feelings.
Oh my God. I looked away for like 1 second.
Yeah.
It says his device, he's still sitting in the back room. It says his device is not connected. So I'm guessing he disconnected a microphone or something or other. We'll bring him back in. There he is.
There we go. Okay.
I guess my point is, Howard Stern, all right, the shock jockey. I'm sure he said a lot of stuff that would have defamed people. He made a career out of it, but maybe he did get sued a bunch of times. But
there's a difference between something that is obviously of your opinion and something that is hey, I am saying this is an absolute statement of fact that X, Y, and Z happened, and then never apologizing for it and blaring it every damn time you come on TV or come on your whatever. Like,
But
that's not what happened.
Defamation is like that it caused them personal damages, and it like you have to like
it's like defamation
yeah,
of character. Well, he didn't even mention the character, not even the damn name. Like,
it's like
I mean,
loss
how?
of income, loss of property, loss of so you had to like calculate your losses, and the one thing it didn't cost them is the one thing they were talking about, is that they can't. There's no value they can put on what they lost because they lost their son in the massacre, but the defamation after that didn't cost them anything. So they
Right, and I get where AmericaShirts is coming from.
hard
and
to calculate that.
Right, and I agree with AmericaShirts, and I haven't, to be honest, I haven't followed the details of the case closely enough to say, and like I said, we could get down into that, and should. That's what presumably the court of law did, and I don't have any faith with the bits that I've watched. I mean, it looks like a joke of a trial. I mean, I hope that some of the law tube retroactively goes and looks at some of this stuff because just the way that the prosecuting attorney presented, he had Jones on trial, the bit where he's telling, did you know that your lawyer sent me a whole, your whole phone basically? How stupid is that? They didn't even give a shit, I mean, the whole thing is
We all agree that Alex Jones is a joke.
No, I don't think so. He's been incredibly correct about
not at all.
He the joke part of him is how he presents himself. And yes, I
Hey
mean,
Joe, have you ever watched the show before? I'm just curious.
he
I don't know
makes
what your experience is with him.
he makes himself a joke in his presentation, but he's documented an incredible amount of things.
Well, he
and
has a very good
unironically,
sense of humor. We'll put it that way.
right? I mean,
But Joe, have you watched him before?
yeah, well, yeah,
I'll put it that way.
Have you watched the show? Have you watched the show, Joe?
Of course, I have watched Alex Jones, and his humor.
When did you watch him? Like, how many times have you seen him?
His humor is not very impressive.
Oh, God.
What? No, I asked how many times. Like, when did you see him? Like, what stage? What time period did you see him? Like, what year? Or how many times? How long did you watch him?
Over the last 10 years.
So you're an Alex Jones listener, watcher, viewer.
So you watch Alex Jones and you believe that he still deserves what he got.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, your statement said that you could talk any of us under the table on any of this, and you have yet to actually give me anything legitimate other than the fact that you believe that's what it should be. So you gave me your opinion, but you didn't back it up. Can you back it up for me a little bit?
You have given me any
yeah, let's
reason
present him.
He is in the right here.
Okay, well, let's present.
I thought it was.
Okay, hold on.
I don't think anybody's arguing about Ray.
Let's present something that for a threshold, I suppose.
I don't have to prove a negative. If you're going to prove somebody to be guilty, you have to present the evidence that they're guilty. That's how things in this country work anyway.
But we're not going to relitigate the details of the case here, and he's not going to be able to, when it comes down to pulling up clips of when he said things about the shooting and things like that. So for the sake of the argument, we're going to steelman the he said something definitely factual and defamable. We'll say that. All right. He said these people are actors and they don't have children. They're all lying and all that.
Yeah, I'll give it to him just for being sloppy, just for being sloppy at that time and not watching what he was doing.
Right now, and let's say that he actually said that. Now, I think it's very doubtful that that if you ever you could actually pin a clip where he says something that would rise to the level of specificity that we expected out of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. I mean, we sat there and litigated whether Johnny Depp sitting next to the lawyer as he said the hoax statement was enough for that to make it Johnny Depp's statement. So, I mean, it's very specific what you say and how it applies to the person who's bringing this against you. And then that's before even getting into the debate of $50 million. I mean, what did Joe, can you say like what he did that cost those people $50 million? or like why that penalty was accrued that you're saying is fair?
What is a life worth?
He didn't kill anybody. So what you're saying is that he should be punished for the actions of the shooter. Because I think that is a large part of it. I think that a large part of it is transferal of the tragedy to Alex Jones. Yes, it's horrible what happened, but if we're, putting that on the shooter, none of that transfers to Alex Jones. I mean, people have said awful things about 9/11 and the Holocaust and all kinds of things without actually being litigated over it. So there's multiple levels of he got. At what
Well,
this actually
at some point, accountability needs to happen. At some point.
Right.
Please.
What's he being held accountable for? And besides just his speech, because like I said,
All right.
I can say all kinds of things.
I can't entertain this. I'm sorry. Try coming back here sometime when you're not so wasted.
Yeah,
It's something that we can't do. We can't sit there and we can't entertain somebody that's that beyond usage. That
Did he say he could talk us under the table or drink us under the table?
That's what I'm thinking. He said that he.
I don't think he could do either.
I'm kind of really confused that he could even do that. Yeah. So sorry, Joe. Hopefully you find your way, but.
I'd like to address something that was earlier spoken by Ouroboros, which was about like the media, how the media gets sued all the time for different things or whatever, and so forth. Alex Jones has an opinion talk show that he hosts for 3 hours every weekday, and then he does weekend shows that are all opinion talk show type things, whatever, gives you the news, gives you his opinion on it. Okay? Like the news, when they come on to broadcast and air to you something, a statement of fact, and then they don't retract it or they don't apologize for it, and they say this is matter of fact X, Y, and Z thing, and they list a statement thing on the headline, or they list somebody's name there, or they put someone's photograph up there or whatever, like that's specific, very specific things you can take someone to court for. But just sitting behind a news desk and saying, if there were people that had lost, loved ones, whatever, I feel sorry for them. But folks, I know what, actors look like and whatever. Like
the media defames large groups of people
obviously
every
an
day.
opinion. That is obviously an opinion.
Every day.
Honestly,
and
I think Johnny.
They set off lunatics every day because they defame people and because they have manipulated people into this rage over things by defaming people constantly in groups.
You don't have
they
to
do
make.
it all
There's
the time.
Ouroboros in the chat. You don't have to make something clear it's your opinion in order for it to be your opinion.
I think that
you don't have to constantly say it is my opinion, my humbly most gracious, humble opinion every time you state your opinion. An opinion is an opinion. And if you're going to take someone to court for that, you need to prove that it is not. And they proved that it was. They showed the damn clip of it, and then they still accused him of it anyway. It is nothing but a complete and total sham. And I saw Toybox saying earlier they played the clip of him saying it. Saying what? He never mentioned the name. He never said this is absolutely definitively what happened, ladies and gentlemen. He always is there throwing around his little opinion back and forth in his head. He had a guest on that was saying a bunch of stuff that the guest was saying that was matter of fact. But
and honestly,
he never specifically endorsed it. He said, I don't know. After every time the guy even stated what he believed to be fact. I mean, watch the damn clips. I mean, again, it's like everybody says, Alex Jones said, pull up the damn clip. It doesn't exist.
So damn funny. I love you guys.
Well, and to be honest,
he never said any of this directly at all. And even in the court cases, it didn't show it.
Toy box, come on now.
Oh, I am very much non-deaf and non-blind. I watched the damn thing. I mean, pull up the video. It doesn't
Well, check this out.
exist.
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. They never produced the evidence that they used to even open this case up, in the fact of saying that people were harassing them. They never introduced that evidence. They said who was the people that went to their house and did all these things because of Alex Jones. They never proved that point. So the whole point of this is that the words that he did or didn't say, or how he said them, or whatever, he definitely did, and sometimes seemed like he was leaning that way. I was very closely observing the entire thing.
Yeah,
And,
leaning that way.
I was actually trying to,
obviously he was. But that was
Yeah.
in his head, and it's his opinion. But he
And
never
even,
stood
like,
there and said, this is a statement of fact, X, Y, and Z individual did X, Y, and Z thing, or anything. He was just throwing it around in his head. It's an opinion show that he does for 3 hours, that he does on a talk show where he has call-ins and guests. I mean, it's totally different format from normal mainstream news that pulls up someone's face, pulls up a headline, pulls up somebody's name, and says they did this and they did that and da-da-da-da-da. And like, Alex Jones never did anything like this. Nothing
right,
at
but
all like
the
this.
whole thing was the fact that it was supposed to be he was actually inspiring people to do bad things, right? Like the rhetoric itself was what was causing the harm, right? So
Exactly, and
never
those
proved
people
that.
were already doing that way before he even was,
But they
going
didn't
kind of a
produce
little
that
more
evidence,
hardcore.
and they never proved that Alex Jones was the reason, even if something like that happened, that he was the cause of it. They never proved any of that. It was
I mean, that's just like,
a
hey,
story.
Trump is
It
the
was a
cause
story.
for the white supremacist movement in
Well,
Charlottesville.
that's
or
what I'm
whatever, because
saying.
Trump's in office.
They
It's like
defame people
there's
with
no
false
connection. It's
narratives every
stupid.
day.
You're exactly right.
They create false narratives every day, and they harm people that way constantly, all the time.
All the time.
We just accept it, and that's the problem. We let them get away with it, and then we let them get away with completely abusing the law in this case, and then like building this narrative for what? How many years has it been now? Like, what, 5, 6, 7 years? They've been building the bad guy villain Alex Jones Sandy Hook connection in everybody's minds
and
for
again,
years.
he
So
even
when it comes out, they
apologized
could
for it.
railroad them, and nobody does anything. This
He
is
even
the way it
formally
works.
apologized
This is how
for
it
an
works.
opinion. He formally apologized for an opinion, legally formally apologized for an opinion that he shouldn't have had to
An
legally
enemy of the
apologize for
state.
anyway.
It's
And
an enemy
that
of the state,
under
so they don't
Texas
get any
law is
forgiveness,
enough
right?
to get you out of it, and yet they still go after him. I mean, this
Yeah,
is
we've forgotten what
total
justice is,
bullshit.
and like what it's supposed to be about, And if someone can turn a corner over a mistake, that's the biggest plus in the human experience. Is like you learn and you grow, you become something better,
Yes, divinity. That's awesome.
What? What is there a conversation going on over here between a couple people?
So you got yeah.
I think so.
Do I want to know what he said?
I just
PD,
sudden caught
PDFs,
that, and I'm like,
PDFs going on.
okay.
So something interesting here. Article I just found, because I'm pretty
Joe
sure
Bucks,
I'd
that's an
heard about
emotional
this.
argument. That's not a legal argument to be prosecuted in a court of law under our Constitution in the United States of America.
And they put it on one person, but what people think that they focus on the person, they don't focus on the bigger thing that's going on here, the bigger picture and how it affects them. They just think it's a joke, right? They don't see how like that this is a slippery slope, and what's going to happen is when they can get away with this, they're going to do more, and eventually they're going to silence all the people they want to silence in a way that everybody's consent has already been manufactured for because of this one thing, and how they can build this. He always said, Alex predicted this a long time ago, that they would come for him one day and they would take him down, and when they took him down, they could take down everybody else. And that,
and they literally said that in the closing argument. They want to use this as an example. This is literally what they said. They want to use it as an example against other people who would dare to even think about anything close to this. And a juror, it was a juror, right, that walked out. And he asked them, like he was, I think one of them was talking to the media and was like, hey, can we use this against people who don't believe that Mr. Potato Head got into the White House? A-OK, spot on. You know what I'm saying? Can we use that against these people? And that's what they're doing. That's literally what this is. That's all this is.
Something I pulled up from Business Insider here, because I'm pretty sure I'd heard this happen before. 2020.
Nerd, you still awake?
I'm here.
Okay, just being sure you're still awake.
Ouroboros, it's not fanboy. I am a fanboy of freedom of speech, period. And if someone is in the right, I am going to fanboy about it because I like being on the right side of things and the right side of history. So yeah, I am gonna fanboy about the First Amendment and the Constitution and people who stand up for our rights and people who dare to ask questions. You're damn right.
Yeah, give
and
me
it's
a
not a
second on that
biased
shirt,
thing to
'cause
stand for what is the truth of the matter.
that's been suggested a couple times that it's just because we like Alex Jones, and that's not the case. It's the fact that this is basically making speech subjective. I mean, the arguments that you guys are giving us are saying that you recognize the feelings that the people
Joe,
have
go
and
get some
why.
coffee and leave people alone.
Oh, if that's going to be the case, don't pick on anybody in chat. That's all I ask. You can say whatever you want to us, but no, leave the chat alone.
But this isn't about, I mean, I think that just is trying to discount our opinions by saying, oh, well, you must just really like Alex Jones. And it's like Shirt said, we like free speech. We don't like when people can say, see, I mean, that's Animal Farm. I was fine with them controlling speech when they went for Alex Jones. Well, you're not going to like it when they control us, hopefully, for the things that we're saying. And they're already doing that. I mean, this basically says that you can't say anything about a school shooting or something like that because
I mean, again,
it's
Uvalde. Look at Uvalde.
taboo ground.
Where the hell did this kid get all of his guns? Where the hell did he get all of his money? Where the hell did he get this big truck? What the hell happened? Why were the doors unlocked? What the hell were the cops doing? Don't ask damn questions, though, because the FBI came in and said something. You're not allowed to say anything against it. That's what this is about.
And one thing I want to mention this article that I found because I had heard about this. Fox News won a court case by persuasively arguing that no reasonable viewer takes Tucker Carlson seriously. That's sort of what I was going to get at. Alex Jones doesn't have to actually say this is opinion. This is opinion. I think that a good lawyer could have argued, of all the people in the world that most people would look at and know not to take their opinion, but with a grain of salt, it would be Alex Jones, aside with Howard Stern and various other shock jocks. But to say that most people, and that it would reach a new audience because Alex Jones's growth has stagnated, it doesn't cross a lot of the legal barriers that we expect for defamation. And the fact that people really want to make this argument that he deserves what he got, without even entertaining the discussion of any of the nuance of it, or maybe it was too much or anything. It's just, no, anything is fine for Alex Jones.
And again,
it
you're
just
exactly
really
right. It's
reeks.
obviously an opinion because, again, he was open and honest about some of the crap that was going on in his life as well, personally. And then so he's like going back and forth in his head. And as you're watching the show, you can obviously hear it is obviously his opinion, but they take it out of context, they clip it, and then they say, oh, look, see, he said it definitively when he never said it definitively. And it's obviously an opinion he's rolling around in his head, but he's not putting his finger on it and saying, this is matter of fact. Because it's an opinion show. You watch it for like an hour or 2 hours, and by the end of 15 minutes after he said one thing, 15 minutes later, he says something a little bit opposite of that. He says like, oh, no, whatever. I don't really know. And so it's like, obviously, as you said, like, clearly, no one's going to take that as a statement of matter of fact if you watch it within its context, because it's a show.
But okay,
I mean, he tells people not to do that either. He always says do your own research. And
exactly.
Look up
Every
these things for
freaking
yourself.
time he says that.
Yeah.
Every time. Back then, now, all the time. Tells you to do that.
No, my thing is, on the flip side of this, you have people like Ethan Klein, H3H3, saying
I'm ironically calling for like very,
the bombing
very specific stuff
of the NRA convention.
Right. On the day
Doesn't
of it,
so-
saying someone who's there should go do this. Like, I mean,
doesn't
that is
so much as get banned from you. I think he got his stream taken down. Was the worst thing that happened to him. That stream where he said it was taken down for like an hour.
afterwards, yeah. I mean, that was insane.
It's like the Howard Stern thing. You have these guys who call for violence. you have the people in DC calling for violence.
I mean, you have Bernie Sanders and you have all these Democrat politicians on TV literally saying, and they're not joking at all. They're literally telling people these Republicans are literally going to kill people. They're literally going to kill people. This isn't a joke.
So
they're literally going to kill people. And then there's a psycho that goes out onto a baseball field and starts shooting up a bunch of Republicans. I mean, he literally, it's like, I mean, where the hell is the outrage about? Oh, no, you can't say anything about that.
Brian, you really don't know that story about the DC baseball shooter? That was years ago. That was a couple of years ago.
That wasn't that long ago, actually. Yeah.
Are you serious? Bring up the footage. What footage? That's common knowledge. The guy was a Bernie
Toybox is talking about the Alex Jones clip.
Oh, okay. I'm just confused for a second. Why would he bring up the footage when he'd get Koolfrogg struck, most likely?
Well, right. And the fact, I mean, like, you know, I mean, we all watch, if you watched the court case, I watched the court case. He didn't say that. Now, if you have a different definition of him saying that, I'm sorry, but that doesn't count as something in this country legally.
Alex Jones. He wasn't talking about Alex Jones.
Oh, talking about the show. Oh, you mean? Oh, do you mean like the Dem people talking about, like, oh, they're literally like these people are literally gonna. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
well, no, what they've been doing is they've been villainizing through the rhetoric, right? So, like, okay, so think about it like this. I was talking about this earlier. Like the way the human brain works, the basic operating system for the human brain is symbols, then images, then archetypes, then language, right? So when you hear a word, the first thing that flashes in your mind is an image, and a lot of times you can kind of line up this image, and like everybody kind of has the same idea what the image is. So like check this out. Like if I said I'm going to say this word, and you guys tell me the first image that pops in your head, okay? The word is war. Okay, now tell me the first image you saw, the first flash, right? 99% of people are going to say something like a soldiers on a battlefield, and most people are going to think of like a World War II kind of scenario, right? That's an archetype of war, so when you hear the word war, you think of that. But when you think of something like Yahtzee or, you know, Hitler or anything like that, what is that image that pops in your head? That's the archetype of like this evil, right? If you say evil, you might think of the same thing. But when they start comparing someone to evil constantly, like they do on the mainstream media, they're constantly doing this through their rhetoric.
I'm with Toybox, Brent.
Right? They're tying you to evil so that when people do think are willing to go fight evil and like kind of like willing to, they see that that's a threat, they don't have any empathy for it anymore. So they villainize people through the media, through using this technique, and it's going on all the time. So that's why you see them getting away with it. And then when they don't like somebody, they don't get away with it. You know, they just say this guy bad.
The shooting that Brian was
the way that they did Trump. You know,
approved for. This is from history, the History Channel. So no, you can't go on.
What Steve Scalise? Yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
2017. It's not.
And I'm
so
trying
long
to
ago.
find footage of them on TV talking about, you know, like I was saying, like, you know, like they were on TV, multiple interviews saying, like, the Republicans are going to lead to the deaths of all these people. They're going to kill all these people because they don't pass this bill or they don't do this thing or whatever. So I'm trying to look for that, but I don't know if I can find it because it's been a couple of years. And of course, there's all these other news stories in the political sphere that have come up, right? So it's like.
Yes, he worked the Sanders campaign, Barbara.
Find this. Oh, yeah, that's right. He was a Bernie Sanders bro. And Bernie Sanders was one of them on TV saying that.
Subsequent investigation revealed Hodgkinson as a man with a clear hatred for Republicans. He arrived at the field in a white van he was living out of, where his legally purchased rifle at least 6 conservative members of Congress, presumably his targets. Yeah, that just talks about.
Yeah, Steve Scalise is the one who got shot, right?
Yeah,
well, him among others, but he was the highest ranking.
He was almost paralyzed.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, because the Republicans have been built up in their minds as these evil racist, people out to get them, and that's what it pushes people to that are on the brink.
Conspiratorial. I showed you. History Channel is not known for being anywhere conservative.
Sorry, Joel. Have a good life.
This is
I
not
don't
some
deal with
Fox
racism.
News affiliate that I showed you, Brian. This is
That's what he said.
History Channel. This is not.
I blocked it before I blocked him. It doesn't matter what it said. It was straight up racism, regardless of what it actually said.
Oh no, I'm not saying that Sanders directly approved that, but I'm saying
I don't think he did either.
no. Well, yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is that, like, he actually came out and said that. I mean, there's more of a tie to that sort of inspirationally, not necessarily, directly. It's not like a direct coordination. Like it is the inspiring of this kind of crap to go on. And if anybody has any charges to throw around at anybody else for something like that kind of a drastic thing, it would be against somebody who's literally telling supporters, hey, these people are killing people. They're killing them. They're killing them. They're killing them, killing them, like over and over and over again on the TV. It's like, I mean, it's a little bit more to be said there than there is anything around Alex Jones. That's for goddamn sure. There's more to be said.
I said the guy was in support of Bernie Sanders, not Bernie Sanders supported him, Brian. So, and if I said that was speaking on my part.
Who are you calling Brian?
Toy Box Brian.
It's Toy Box Brain.
Yeah, it's Brain.
Shut up. I'm tired. My brain.
No, I kept thinking that. I was literally scrolling through. I'm like, who's Brian?
Like, who is this Brian that he keeps on speaking of? Sorry, but
I know, it was literally scrolling back through this, and I'm like,
okay,
keep saying,
guys, okay. My brain is the one that fucked up, okay? Jesus Christ. Make one mistake with these people.
No, it wasn't one, though.
Shut up. I mean, according to what I'm reading, getting back to the topic, he even asked passing Congressman Jeff Duncan of South Carolina, thank you, Divinity. Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. He asked whether the Republicans or the Democrats were practicing on the field that day. So this was not.
But, it was very intentional. For sure. It wasn't an accident.
No. Why you bring that up, Koolfrogg?
But that's just, we were talking about, like, how the media can spin people up, right? How they enrage them all the time, and they set them off. That was the charge that this supposed opinion of his did. That was the danger of it. Don't you guys remember that? That was the big talking point forever about this, about how his supporters or his followers, they called them, were going on harassing them and doing all this stuff. They never produced any video, never produced any audio, they never produced any names, any arrests, any subpoenas, nothing. It was all a story, right?
Yep.
So they basically just
100%.
had this plan way out in advance. But like I said, he said that they would come for him one day and they would try to censor him, and then they said they try to deperson him, and then they said they try to kill him. And he's in that kind of depersoning phase right now, especially when people are celebrating the fact that somebody pretty much got railroaded for an extraordinary amount of money for something that was never even spelled out for. Nobody can even understand what happened really, but they're happy that this happened to this guy because they have been taught to hate him, and they don't. I
mean, exactly.
That. Yeah,
exactly.
So many people that have trolled the Alex Jones world and come through. Like I had a video of him and Mike Tyson doing an interview together that did really well. It's really a great interview, by the way. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. and because I love Mike Tyson, man. It's weird seeing the two of them together, but the handful of people that came by to say something negative about Alex Jones, none of them had any idea. Because I would talk to every single one of them, just kind of get an idea of what they knew about him and see what they were thinking. And in every single case, they had no depth of knowledge about him. They just rested on this one thing, and the limited knowledge of
and that's exactly what this is. I mean, there's a certain
he was like
lawyer,
some kind of madman running around saying this, like he was trying to convince everybody of this. It wasn't that. He wasn't on some kind of pedestal trying to convince people and saying we need to take action. He was just kind of like,
He's
like I said, he was entertaining the idea.
It was another
like I was saying
thing that
earlier,
went on in the news that was commented about.
I mean, we can.
And then after it happened, it moved on.
It had kids though. That works because that goes straight to the emotions of people, and that's able to pull that whole pull them in faster to whatever they're saying. They're like, that's horrible, That's what they're. It's emotional news now, so they know how to hit those triggers.
Exactly, and there is an individual that likes to float around LawTube and talk about how they apparently know all these things about the law in this regard and so forth, and yet when you try to bring up any of the facts of the case,
thanks, JC. You have a good night.
Oh, later, JC. The facts of the case and the facts of the story of all of this are completely dismissed, and only the words of the judge are taken as matter of fact and as law. And it's like, but you're supposed to be so-and-so genius here, And I mean, and if even Barnes can pull up the Texas law about defamation, where if you apologize openly and publicly, and even in a public legal statement, that's supposed to remiss all of the guilt for that because you've now come out and apologized for it, and they still won't let it go. And so it's like, but again, as you said, right? It's like, oh, they don't know anything about the case. I mean, this individual even said here that in the chat here.
Welcome, Michael Palmer. Funny how you defend free speech until it comes to Farron. Nobody said anything about Farron whatsoever. Then unless you idolize, worship, or adore her, you people won't want to stone someone who doesn't feel the same. She is full of herself, full of bullshit. Yeah. You have the right to feel the way you do, but at the same time, free speech is free speech. Doesn't matter who it is. And when it comes to idolizing people and worshiping them, we all have the right to idolize and worship whoever we feel, and not be come to somebody else's bullshit to tell us who we should actually idolize or worship.
Well, to be fair,
being that she's full of herself and full of bullshit, that's awesome. That's your thoughts, not mine.
And to be fair, I think that if you had the parents from Sandy Hook on your panel as a guest and Alex Jones came into the audience and started berating them, you'd probably kick Alex Jones out, because the dynamic of having a guest in your house essentially is that they're under, you're not going to, basically expose. I mean, that's a situation where I don't necessarily look at censorship of your audience the same as whenever your audience, you're protecting your guest from them. You've asked them to be there, and with the exception of coming onto Nick Rekieta's stream, where, I mean, if you ever go onto Nick Rekieta's stream, expect to get torn apart. Don't you need to leave your feelings at the door. But when someone
go for it, bro.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But outside of this situation. But and we don't exactly, a lot of us here are degenerates, but in most of the LawTube and our general circles here, I don't think that it enters the realm of free speech whenever you're curating your chat to not be toxic towards a guest that you want to come on. Otherwise, who's going to want to come on if it's just a whipping party,
And Koolfrogg, before you play this, if I can finish the point,
it's not something to play. It's just a little.
No, it's a video.
Oh, it is a video.
Yeah. See?
This is Outpost Nerd. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, hold up, just 1 second, just to finish the little bit of the point that I was making, is the fact that even people who I am a person, lawyer-esque individual. This person even admitted in the chat as we were going over this stuff, and this video is over on Rumble, that, you know, they didn't follow up with anything of this. They're just reading the document that's in front of them now, and they're not looking at the entirety of the context of it. They didn't know that Alex Jones even existed outside of this. It's like, well, then how the hell can you comment about everything? Like, I mean, you see, so to prove Winning Reality's point here of like, these people have this image of Alex Jones in their head, and that's all they see, and that's all that the vision glasses that they look through. Even people as supposedly sophisticated as that particular individual. So anyways, go ahead with your clip.
Dude,
I'm gonna read some,
nobody's
hold on.
beyond mind control, and no one is ever, immune to it. Like you always
Michael
have to be aware of it.
Palmer, again, you were asked to not bring Farron into the conversation. Farron's not here to defend herself. She's not in chat. She's not in the panel. If you would like to actually join our conversation about what we're actually talking about, you're more than happy to actually entertain you. But when it comes down to actually picking on somebody that's not here, it's not fair. Just saying.
Can't play this time.
Mr. President, there will be no wall built. Step on all of us. We kicked him in his fear, and we stepped on him. And between this president and that racist attorney general, Jeff Sessions, and John Kelly, if you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet. Already, you have members of your cabinet that are being booed out of restaurants, who have protesters taking up at their house, who's saying no peace, no sleep. No peace, no sleep. And so, let's stay the course. Let's make sure we show up wherever we have to show up. And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you clear the crowd. And you push back on them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm no fan of Sean Hannity, but he has an entire montage of clips of Dems over the years, just fully just saying violent things. Like Eric Holder, he's like, "Oh no, when they go low, we don't go high. When they go low, we kick them. We kick them." It's like, oh, okay, right? And like all of these comments by these people over and over and over again. It's just obviously where their mindset is at. They're just full of seething hatred and vitriol.
Well, that
They would
conviction
love
that
nothing
they're,
more to
that
see
they're
that.
victims, right? Keep them in perpetual victimhood, that they're there to save them.
Where's the investigations into Maxine or these other people who telling them, hey, go attack, go surround this person, go get them? You know, where's supposedly our police or FBI then? Nowhere to be found.
Well, they're allowed to explain their way out of it, but then they have the backing of the media. That's the establishment of power. That's what it is.
Yep.
You see it.
But Alex Jones doesn't get
People
that.
people are so used to it that they just accept it. It's like they don't understand that right in front of you can see the balance of power. It's more apparent now than it's ever been, but it's always been there. You know, it's just the fact that we can see it more clearly now is because we broke the left-right paradigm when Trump got in. And that's what we were trying to do with Ron Paul originally, is break the left-right paradigm, because that was the first step in actually revealing this to everyone, to see that there's a difference between establishment and anti-establishment, that there's a corruption inside government that wasn't apparent because up until that time we had limited information, along the way as it was building to actually identify what was going on. People just thought it was a normal thing, right? But when they took control of both parties with the neocons on the right, that's when the illusion of choice became the way things were. And then we had the royalty of the Bush family and the Clinton family, going back and forth. And then instead of Hillary, got Obama, who was another establishment person, but Hillary was still there, right? They've been carrying this on forever. And it wasn't until we broke the left-right paradigm, but Trump did it, like amazingly came out of nowhere and just plowed right through. I couldn't believe it. He was the bull in the china shop we needed to break that apart and start really making some inroads. And then we saw how they reacted to it. They pushed back with complete obstruction, complete. They poured on the propaganda. They stopped even worrying about whether they were lying or not, or whether they were making it look unfair. They didn't care. They had people on their side because they were making this the big deal. And first it was the Russians, and then it was other stuff. So they've had a plan to kind of like, in case this happened, what they're going to do, obviously. So if it happens again, expect it again, and hopefully they're ready for it. But that's basically why it's become more apparent these days, is because we don't have that illusion of choice anymore. It's like real.
Yeah. Yep. I would agree with you.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, that's why things are getting kind of locked down now too. We'll see. We'll see what comes of this.
I'm just gonna say this, and it's gonna be done for me. I don't care if it was Alex. I don't care that it's Alex Jones. I don't. Like I said, I don't like him. I don't agree with him on things. He's crazy. In my opinion, he's crazy. But they are going after a man's free speech. Something that was said. And I heard it said this weekend. They're only going after Jones because, and we've seen the backlash tonight. Really, kind of. No one in their right mind is going to defend Alex Jones, is what this commentator I heard say. But they're using him, since he's the for using Hillary's term, the most deplorable. They're going to use him as the basis to go after.
Like I said, it's like Animal Farm. I didn't defend the other animals when they came for them, and when it came time for my speech, I looked around and there was nobody there to defend me because, Alex Jones I find deplorable enough, and in those things he said, well, I guess that they're bad enough that I'm fine with the definitions of free speech being constricted down to that. But that's an exponential restriction that gets smaller and smaller, and it's not just that one thing. It's the precedent. I mean, the creep whenever it comes to restricting your rights, it's like the red light green light game. Time starts running out really fast the closer that they get to the goal. So every time that you and I'm usually not so alarmist and conspiratorial, but there's nothing more true than the fact that I absolutely believe, and this would be a great debate if somebody wants to disprove me on this, but there's a basic dichotomy of people, and I don't usually subscribe to these, but I think that there's a general division between people who think that people should be able to say what other people can do, and people who think that people should generally be left alone unless what they're doing directly interferes with someone else. I mean, we call that libertarianism or classical liberalism, but there is a basic divide between hall monitors and people who just want to sit in the corner and be left alone. And anytime that you give an inch on that kind of thing of, oh, well, I guess you can, limit that kind of speech. Like I said, it's now illegal to say anything like this about this. It's just like every time YouTube restricts something, from that point on, you can't say those things anymore. And eventually you can't say almost anything as that adds up. And now, not only Alex Jones, but nobody else can now say the things that he did, because this sets a precedent, whether it sets a legal precedent or not. We all know that is now wrong, especially if you're anywhere Alex Jones adjacent. So,
but it doesn't we keep focusing on Alex Jones. It doesn't matter that it's him.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter that it's extreme either, because now they can start throwing things in this box and kind of whittle it down. It won't be children in a massacre. It'll be an opinion about someone who's running for Senate. Yeah, you know, it'll be pointing out something negative about them. And
Well, it only takes
who knows?
a few months of media narrative to go from for instance, if any, like you were sort of saying, if any politician says anything concerning school shootings, like we need teachers to have guns in the school, it only takes a few months of the media saying we've heard this narrative before from Alex Jones for everybody to conflate anything to do with school shootings with Alex Jones. And like you said, you just start throwing these things in the box. Like I said, it starts to sound alarmist or something, but
Yep. And then when they
free
make
speech
comparison,
is
people call that.
They have to start somewhere.
right. And free speech is the most important right. And that's, it absolutely is. In a world where people are not allowed to talk to each other, having guns, nothing else matters because you're just one person and you're not allowed to talk to anybody. The freedom to speak is the most important right. It's why it's the first. It's and it's not just the freedom to speak, it's the freedom to practice religion freely. That's actually the first part of the First Amendment, but that's often forgotten. But it's something that is important to defend very aggressively. And that's why this is so alarming. That's why people get so up in arms about this kind of thing, is because, like I've been saying the whole time, let's steelman the argument and say that he said the worst version of what he's being accused of. I don't give a fuck. Like, I can think of 1,000 worse things that can be said about 1,000 more hot button topics, and it still, like, isn't, like, for one thing, particularly damaging in the sense that we require it to be in the legal system. Like, you caused me to lose Pirate 6. That's a very specifically damaging thing. Hurt feelings, like, he didn't kill those people's kids. That needs to be taken out of the equation. The worst that he did was say something ugly and hardly even hurtful, to be honest. Like, he didn't say the kids deserved it. He didn't say anything of the sort. So, like, this whole sense that, well, what he said, he did say it. I'm sorry, but yeah, maybe he did. I'm not even looking to argue that. But so what? Like, have some thicker skin. I'm sorry, but, like, the world is an ugly place, and we live in such a softer version of it than it was 100 or 200 years ago. And if the only thing that we can hold on to is that words can't actually hurt somebody, then I think that should be it.
Yeah, but weaponizing and controlling language it's godlike power. And that's the power that they wield. You see, they control language by being able to decide, what terminology means, and like create terminology when they need it. That's just, and then shut yours down and silence you with it. So that power right there also is the power to, create narratives and keep people in bubbles. It's the control of information and then the control of communication. Because look, even though a lot of this censorship happens online, it carries on in our regular lives now. This new rhetoric and this new terminology that just came out of the blue flew in under the radar, and suddenly it's like engulfing our culture. It's just nobody approved it. Who approved these changes? Did anybody approve it? I don't remember approving it. I don't remember even voting on it or having a say. But suddenly through the use of language, they were able to change it and control it. And so like they can call you this and label you this, and it's effective. And controlling you and controlling everyone's actions. So this, to have all this control over the language, it's like anything that can be built can be overwritten. Anything that has been can be changed. And that's just whoever is in charge and whoever controls the language can do that. It's a very kind of dangerous thing that's going on right in front of us, with the ability for them to literally distort reality with their own terminology that when it suits them, to get agendas through and anything else. Something that definitely needs to be addressed. Like, can you imagine a world where we actually come out on top and the language hasn't been addressed? You know, we got to still just continue along with this, this weird kind of situation we're in, where you know ideas that are as old as mankind are being overridden by you know a couple words and a small group of people, and then rushed into education and the way of life of everyone. It's kind of crazy, and that's the power of the control of language. You know, that's how powerful it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff we could get into there, but you know, we're entering Steven Crowder territory.
That's another one that they tried to go after.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank God for half Asian lawyers. Is all I gotta say.
Right.
Right.
Anyways, how about guns? We haven't talked about guns tonight. You guys like guns?
Just add more fuel to the fire, huh?
How far can we push the conversation tonight?
Yes.
We're just poking Susan in the forehead. Come on, Susan. Come on.
Oh, we can be
Speaking of
careful.
Susan, fuck you, Susan.
Yeah. No, there's a GunTube is a very large chunk of YouTube. There's people who talk about all kinds of stuff.
Nicholas Crowder's just goofy. He's just goofy. But I was gonna say something and I forgot because I'm tired.
I mean, it's incredibly unlikely, but we've said that about other things. I've got my fingers crossed for an NFA repeal in our lifetimes. So if that doesn't make people excited, I don't know whatever will. That's there's an outside remote chance that one day machine guns simply become legal for us to purchase. So
I haven't looked into that.
Well, that sucks. Toybox Brain's last comment got blocked, and it won't come back over. It did come over on this side. Susan is already being fisted at this point.
Oh my!
If you want, I think I might have brought this up before. I know I've had it on other shows. If you want a perfect example of a world where banning guns did nothing, watch Into the Badlands. It's set in a world where it's kind of post-apocalyptic kind of.
Mm-hmm.
They have it's this world. All guns are banned. All firearms are gone. So what they decided to use swords and kung fu, and people are just as deadly. So that shows to me people are going to find a way to kill no matter what. If you really want to hurt somebody, you're going to find it no matter what.
They're not worried about people killing each other. They're worried about people being able to push back on them.
Yeah, exactly. And well, it's all aspects of it. If we're talking about them wanting to affect some kind of change through gun control, it's also just the sheer. The First Amendment is the most important one, but the second one is.
The second was there to protect the first one.
Well, the other one is too.
As a cliche, but both, they're hand in hand. I mean, no person can use their gun as a vacuum. You're just one guy using a gun without being able to talk and communicate and stuff. But the importance of the second one is also the sense of security. It makes, I mean, to be corny about it, it makes a man, if you will. It doesn't. It shouldn't. It's not what an individual should think makes them a man, but it is the clause of liberty, if you will. And so, to take away those clauses, it gives.
It's the equalization of force.
Right. It gives you. It is. It exactly. And once that's gone, there's a hollowness to the other ones that is instinctive. That's when the other animal has you on your back by the throat. You know that if you live, it's only at their mercy. undeniable fact, you know.
Gene
Right. Well, they
says,
just want you to
Gene
be able
X
to fight back against the
says,
mob, you know. When,
Mhm. Gene says we should be bring back the guillotine. That reminds me, y'all ever seen Starship Troopers?
Absolutely.
They have it. They have hangings on TV live. You have to watch them. In their world, in their
Well,
world,
everybody cheers though.
it is like football. It's like a football game to them. In that world, you have civilians and citizens. Citizens are those civilians who've served society in military service or in some other special way. And do you realize civilians don't get to vote? You have to earn that right. So to become a citizen and earn the right to vote. But comparing punishments for civilians and citizens get much harder punishments for lighter infractions. I'm another nerd rant. You need to have like a nerd rant alarm. But in that society, you don't have freedom of speech. You don't have a lot of rights that we have today.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was a group in one of the movies that they called peace protesters, people that protested the war against the bugs, and they were hung for it. Yes, guns are the great equalizer, Barbara. They can put a 90-year-old woman on the same playing field level as a 20-year-old dude.
So, I mean, World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones.
Probably.
Hey, wait. Before we go away from this.
Oh, let's not go away from this. We can talk about guns forever.
Before we do, a certain somebody also has a thing or two to say about this as well.
Higher gun violence level, overall mugging, stabbings, deaths. Those men raped that woman in India to death with an iron rod 4 feet long. You can't ban the iron rods. The guns, the iron rods, Pierce, didn't do it. The tyrants did it. Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. And I'm here to tell you, 76 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. Doesn't matter how many lemmings you get out there on the street begging for them to have their guns taken. We will not relinquish them. Do you understand?
Classic. That's a classic one. You know, there's some things I don't agree with Pierce Morgan on, but there are some things like he is very up against this woke culture. He got fired.
Yeah, I agree. I was impressed by that. I saw what he was doing with that. I was like, damn, that's Pierce Morgan.
He's on Fox
right about
now.
Something.
Divinity said Baby Jones. Yeah, he looks so young.
I've seen videos of him like in his 20s.
Like the third of the man he is now.
Yeah, he used to be jacked. I think he was like a football player at one time, wasn't he?
Yeah. He used to be ripped. Yeah.
I just find it funny.
Should watch that new movie, Alex's War, the documentary about him. That goes over everything. That was that new one that came out.
But just
a couple weeks ago.
No, short order, he did not. He was a deer in the headlights during that interview.
Oh, go ahead. Let's talk.
Burrow says it isn't correct, though, to say they banned all arms. No, because they allowed them to still have their arms in their hands.
That's what I was like, oh, the right to bear arms, and you come out with bear gloves on your arms. Come on, Koolfrogg, you're better than that.
Well, that's pretty much what it comes down to. They did ban
specifically
firearms for the most part. So.
Yeah.
Oh, and Starship. Is that what you're talking about?
Starship.
Starship Troopers.
Starship
No.
Troopers. Oh,
No,
okay.
they had huge, giant guns in Starship Troopers.
No, we're talking about how many monkeys could dance on the ballpoint pen of a pin.
Well, no, what Ouroboros is referring to, who disarmed who. I guess what Alex Jones was talking about.
Barbara Vance, our government forgot how to read. Shall not be infringed. No step on snuck.
Or how the First Amendment is, I think the beginning sentence goes, Congress shall make no law concerning the establishment of religion or the free exercise thereof. That's also incredibly clear. It's actually more clear than the Second Amendment. It's like some of the clearest legal wording you can ask for, but somehow, well, I mean, I guess Congress didn't make the law. They made systems that were allowed to circumvent it all. But honestly, from a fundamental level, while I'm more up in arms, if you will, over infringements on the Second, because that's also very clear. The wording in the First Amendment actually makes it very, very explicitly clear that no law shall be made concerning the establishment of religion or the free expression thereof. So, the whole having deputies outside of churches, making sure nobody goes in. I mean, that's at least as grievous as gun.
Well, look at.
Hold on, Ouroboros, take care of yourself, my man. Don't. If you can't handle, stuff or whatever at this point because you're sick, I'd rather you be healthy, so that way you can come back and you can continue doing what you do.
It's like you see, remember the Pastor Arthur in Canada. Look what happened to him.
Get out of my church. Get out.
Gestapo Nazis. But
everything in that Bill of Rights is there to protect us from tyranny, and that's what's in the way.
Well, if they had the
people,
okay, let me share you this. This run. I worked in the local news for a while, and I worked during the pandemic there, and it was Easter that the year of the it was Easter that year. So I know I said the word and I shouldn't have. And my director, who was
Panda Express?
Yes,
it was Easter when you went to Panda Express.
Panda Express is actually pretty good.
It can be sometimes. It can also be pretty bad.
My Panda Express in my time,
fast food restaurants are not good for you.
Yeah. Here we go, Koolfrogg.
I've worked at so many of them, and they're all
healthy,
freaking disgusting. Learn how to cook food.
Don't kill yourself and kill your androgen production.
When Easter that year came around, a lot of churches were saying, forget it, we're going to go and worship.
Mm-hmm.
Now we were always on headset, and we were always told, watch what you say, you're being recorded. This guy who was very liberal, I had to snatch my headset off a few times not to say anything to him. He said, yeah, we should let all Christians go to church so we can lock them all in and burn them all down.
Dang.
This, you see, even at the church I grew up.
Sounds like somebody needs.
I have about 30 minutes.
A therapist. Or Jesus.
Germs.
Or both.
General Discord. I threw a link in general Discord.
But we had there was a pastor at the church I used to go to who very unapologetic, didn't care what people thought. He had death threats made against him. So what they did is they had a local police officer who was a church member. He escorted him around the entire church, during service all the time he was there. He even the pastor would sit right on the front row, right on the corner, stage right, and the guy sat right behind him in what we called the jump chair. because if anything happened, he could jump up right then. And our pastor told us, he said, "Hey, if y'all have your permits, I don't care if you carry. I'll feel safe if you carry it." He told that to the congregation. Just don't be stupid. But that, that's, I think, a perfect example of the Second Amendment protecting the First Amendment.
True. Very true.
Absolutely.
And
Germs.
one thing I'm actually have been waiting. I'm really proud of the audience and everybody for. I don't think anybody said it, but I've actually heard the sentiment from the right and obviously overwhelmingly the left that semi-automatic weapons are not enough, and that's a laughable concept. Taking the guns is impossible. It is laughably impossible. I mean, sometimes as I'm just at work, I think about like the idea that people think you could take the guns away in America, and I actually laugh out loud because it is a nightmare concept to be the one to have to enact it. It is a decades long. It is one of the most ugliest things that you can think about having to
what was it?
undertake.
The Japanese generals supposedly said during World War II that we can't invade because there'll be a gun behind every blade of grass.
Well, right, and let's go ahead. And this is the inevitable conversation that Lil Galaxy brought up, that Biden said he has F-15s and nukes.
Oh yes,
he have someone to push those buttons.
He's got to have someone to push the buttons. And here's the thing: is that the American military is an amazing thing when it has the American infrastructure providing for it, but in any collapse type situation, and that goes for an EMP, that goes for a cyber attack that brings down the internet, because while the DoD system is separate, like a total cyber collapse of everything but the DoD system would still hamper the military greatly.
Okay,
and any of these situations, like the high-end technical, high-tech capabilities of the U.S. military, they disappear very, very, very fast. They disappear at the further edges of our influence. Like our military guys, they can run out of stuff. They don't have 100% oversight, and so
it's like okay, hold. It's like you just like Koolfrogg. What were we? Remember those wrestlers we watched on Mad Court earlier in the coleslaw? One of them, the guy was going to ask him, "Hey, what do you do for your day job?" One of them was like, "Oh, I work." This woman covered in coleslaw.
I work for the DoD.
I work for the DoD. I'm a criminal investigator for the DoD.
Right? Yeah, that was funny.
That was insane.
Prepping was in chat. I seen him.
Oh, I was looking most of the thing on and off. That was great.
They don't have
but
to
no,
use
I mean
the military against people. I mean, we saw this like during the last episode of lockdowns and whatnot, right? People will comply with locking down and doing things like that. So they put out, like a mini crisis, a mini whatever, right? Where they ask people to do this again, and they put a compelling case out. Nobody has any information on it. You can't talk about it. And so people will do it. And within that time, supply chain breaks down, food supplies run out, and, power shortages, climate change and stuff. So, they create this kind of like little mini crisis. People turn on each other for food, and they turn on each other for resources. And they start fighting within each other because there's division, there's no unity. And so people huddle up and they go into survival mode, and they attack the people that they've been trained to hate. And, people, they basically cause chaos everywhere. So things break down because of that. And then at that point,
in reality, they're
it wouldn't
talking
be our military. It would be, what's that? How's the weather?
No, you're buzzing again.
Oh.
Yeah, are you able to maybe readjust your mic, or maybe just push the cable in or something?
Yeah, it sounds like a connection issue. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm on wireless headset. It may be like starting to run low on battery.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
It sounds like it's popping every time every time
Like,
your voice crosses
every
the
word.
threshold.
So every single time that you use just a little bit more, or whatever it actually. And that's exactly.
Yeah, I might be running low on battery.
Yeah.
I'll talk lower. I can switch out here if I need to. The so basically, the way I see it is like, at that point when the country kind of turns on each other, if they've handed it off to somebody, then that would be their army that came in and took care of business. Ours would be their families would be caught up in all this stuff too. So I doubt they would be, if they weren't overseas, they'd probably be at home.
No, I don't really foresee a situation where they try to take the guns that exist, because anybody, I mean, they may pass legislation that would allow it, but once they actually pass it off to someone who's got to handle the logistics, I mean, you would be looking at taking Baghdad. You remember how hard that was, going door to door and stuff.
Divinity. Sorry.
Yeah.
But 10,000 times worse, because every door is going to have 3 guys with an AK-47 behind it, and they're not going to actually be behind the door. They're going to be in the bushes behind you, because they knew you were coming, because you did their neighbor yesterday before you went home. So they knew you were coming today. So it's a nightmare scenario to actually go through. So I don't think it ever happens.
Did y'all see the video? It was this Senate hearing, I think it was, and the guy asked, one of the guys up there asked the guy, says, "What does the AR stand for in AR-15?" And without missing a beat, the guy says, "Assault rifle." And he's like, "Are you kidding me?" I think it was like the head of ATF or something that was asked this question, or someone like in law enforcement, something like that. And he's like, "Are you kidding me?" And he explained it. It says it's what an armor.
Armalite.
Yeah, Armalite. It's just a bad coincidence. And Armalite has been around for like 100 to 120 years, I think.
Oh, I'm not sure how long it is, but yeah, I mean, they were.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it was just the company name that Eugene Stoner worked for.
Actually, only 1954. Not as long as I thought. But that just shows you, it seems like the dumb people are in power. And they forgot about me.
You needed to lose a couple brain cells for them to.
I didn't lose quite enough to meet the requirement.
All right, Phyllis, well, I appreciate it, man. I'm going to go ahead and take off.
It's just kind of everybody's pretty much to the point of they're actually good. Why don't you guys stick with me for a few seconds? We'll all just kick out together, and we'll say some pleasant goodbyes before we.
Here's a thing.
Has this ever happened to you?
Help! I've fallen and I can't get up!
Thinking you can do simple tasks like walking upstairs and riding a bicycle?
Help! I was riding a bicycle, but then I fell down!
Have you fallen and have no idea where you are?
Help! I've fallen and I don't know where I am!
Well, you're in luck. Introducing Help! I've fallen down and I can't get up, and I don't know where I am. From Joe Biden.
What's that? And who the hell am I?
Help! I've fallen down and I can't get up and I don't know where I am is the latest, greatest gadget to help rescue people who think they're fit to do things, but aren't really fit to do anything at all.
Wow, that sounds like me. Does it actually work?
Of course it does, stupid. Just press the button and we'll pretend nothing happened.
Wait a minute. What's my name? Did I fall down?
I don't know. Did you?
I have no idea. Did I?
We won't tell if you don't. Help! I've fallen and I can't get up and I don't know where I am.
Everybody, make sure you check out the links down below. Subscribe, like, share, do all the fun stuff, do all those YouTubey things. Help us all out. Help us all grow. We all love you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Everybody say goodbye.
Later
peeps.
Bye, everybody.
Good night, everybody.